Dobrze było takiego minut zabrać. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my big pleasure to open the second day session about mountainous archaeology. We've got a small announcement because we've got a slight change in the schedule because the lecture of Noemi Beliak-Marcinowa about the late and final Bronze Age settlement in Dzwony was cancelled, so we've got a small piece of time just to be sure that we will be on the schedule right now. And let me start with invitation to Dr. Sojak, Marian Sojak, will tell us a lecture about the case of the Slovak part of the Carpathians, important prehistoric sites. The lecture will be held in Slovak, but in case of some trouble, let me know, we will translate everything. So the microphone is yours.
Milé dámy, vážení páni, s pozvolením organizátorov konferencie môžem rozprávať o Slovensku. Už mnohé roky sa venujem výskumu slovenských jaskýň. Predtým to robil u nás na Slovensku predovšetkým doktor Juraj Bárta a rozhodol som sa, že ľudia, alebo aj v spolupráci s kolegami z Polska, máme profesorom Pavlom Valdenovákom, budeme skúmať niektoré významné slovenské jaskyne. Ja vám chcem dnes predostrieť niektoré dôležitejšie jaskyné sídliská. Samozrejme je to malá ukážka. Sú to sídliská, ktoré sú osídlené od paleolitu cez mezolit, neolit až po dobu bronzovú. Na prvej horopisnej mape vidíme, kde všade ten brunátny kolor, kde je rozšírený krás a tiež pseudokras. Na území Slovenska poznáme v tomto roku, čiže 2023, približne 8 000 jaskýň. Z nich asi tretina sú významné archeologické náleziska, osídlené od paleolitu až po novovek. Čo sa týka histórie bádania, v podstate najstaršiu písomnú zmienku o existencii jaskyne máme jaskyňa Skalka blízko kolo Trenčína. Je to zmienka z roku 1220 alebo 1224. Potom na území Spíša máme tzv. Šarkanú dieru, kde máme ju zväčšnenú letopočtom 1253 pod názvom Dupe Petra. Mnohé tie výskumy sa realizovali už od 17. storočia, 18. storočí, v 19. storočí. No, boli to prírodovedné výskumy zamerané na zbieranie paleontologických nálezov, najmä kostí zvierat. Mnohé tie kosti sa samozrejme považovali za kosti drakov. A tak mnohí tí starí bádatelia, či už Pietro Ranzano, alebo Johann Patterson Hain, dokonca postova Uhorska Matej Bel, považovali kosti jaskyného medveďa za kosti drakov. Tu je napríklad jedna práca, kde je aj nakreslená taká kostra draka. V podstate ide o kosti medveďa jaskyného, to znamená Ursus Speleus. Prvý zámerný archeologický výskum na území Slovenska, čo sa týka jaskýň, bol realizovaný v roku 1871. Realizoval ho tento pán Bela Majla, je to liptovský podžupan. Všetky tie výskumy na Slovensku boli inšpirované archeologickým výskumom tohto pána, doktora Jindřicha Vankla, ktorý skúmal najmä jaskyne v Moravskom Krase. To bola pre slovenských, uhorských badateľov veľká inšpirácia. Ten výskum realizoval Bela Majla v Liskovskej jaskyni, to je blízko Ružomberka. To je Liskovská jaskyňa, pôdorys od Ločího. Výskum roku 1871 realizoval Bela Majla pomocou pána Krčmeryho, technika Nojdeka, kaplana Mišíka a prokurátora Joba. Našli 3 mamutie zuby, stoličky, štiepanú kamennú industriu a nekompletnú ľudskú lebku, ktorá vyzerá veľmi archaicky. To je táto lebka. tá vyvolala obrovské diskusie na území celého Uhorska, lebo sa myslelo, že ide o neandertálčika. Bohužiaľ, táto lebka sa stratila. Okrem toho našli aj mnohé iné nálezy, samozrejme. Revízny výskum tam robil aj v roku 1876 spomínaný loží, ktorý ju aj zakreslil. Samozrejme na popud týchto bádateľov sa realizovali v tejto Liskovskej jaskyni mnohé ďalšie vykopávky. V roku 1992 odkryli jaskyniari celý záprah. Medená plastika bovida, býka. Bohužiaľ zachovala sa len jedna, tá druhá sa stratila. Jaskyniari ju pravdepodobne ukradli. Odkryl sa tam tiež významný kultový objekt, nedaleko neho táto plastika, v podstate tento dvojzáprah. A v tomto objekte bolo niekoľko ľudských individuí, lebky, rebra, stehnovej kosti a keramika zo starého eneolitu. Je to epilendel 4 a tiež impulzy kultúry lievikovitých pohárov. Tu je ukážka keramiky lendelskej kultúry. Samozrejme, Liskovská jaskyňa bola osídlená aj v mladších obdobiach. Sú tu aj eneolitické medené šperky, napríklad závesok typu Hlínsko. Toto je lendelský hrot typu Štramberg. A je tu tiež doložené osídlenie kultúrou otomani Fizešadom. Významné sú tieto záložnice sibínske alebo sedmohradského typu, ale aj kostené šidlá, zuby a jantarové perly. Čiže vidíte, táto jaskyňa má nepochybne kultový charakter nielen v eneolite, ale aj na staršej dobe bronzovej nositeľmi otomanskej kultúry. Veľmi unikátnou je jaskyňa v Halilovských skalách v Pieninách. Tu vidíme krásne pieniny. V roku 1874, keď boli publikované tie nálezy z Liskovskej jaskyne, tu realizoval výskum stavkár Banáni a po ňom v roku 1879 otec slovenskej speloarcheológie Samuel Rod. Je to významná osobnosť, dodnes nedocenená. Banáni objavil túto časť hrotu a Samuel Rod objavil túto časť hrotu. Oni sa domnievali, že to je obdobie neolitu a že ide o kostené šidlá. No, v roku 1954 pán Verfeš, Maďar Nemzet Muzeum v Budapešti, robil revíziu nálezov. Obidva tieto kostené artefakty spojil a zistil, že ide o hrot zo sobej kosti, hrot typu mladeč. Je to otázne, či tu máme dočinenia s kultúrou Oriňasien, ako sa domnieval doktor Bánes a aj doktor Barton, alebo kultúru Magdalenie, lebo aj v jednej, aj druhej kultúre sa vyskytujú podobné typy hrotov zo sobej kosti. Čiže žiaden neolit v tejto jaskyni nie je doložený, je tam len stredovek a mladý paleolit, či už kultúra Oriňasien alebo Magdalenie. Tu vidíme situovanie, teda blízko je to polských hraníc, samozrejme, teda aj mnohí polskí bádatelia túto jaskyňu skúmali v 19. a pravdepodobne už aj v 18. storočí. A tu som našiel jednu starú fotografiu zo starého maďarského časopisu, kde vidíme nálezy z Miškovca, Pilín, ďalej zoberete Haligovce, čo sú Haligovce a Barátheď. Nevieme, ktoré tie nálezy sú samozrejme z Haligoviec. Dokonca je tu aj jedna sieň pomenovaná podľa Samuela Rota ako zrútený dom Samuela Rota. Je to jaskyňa, kde je potrebný revízny archeologický výskum, už len vzhľadom prítomnosti výrazného magdalenienského osídlenia, ktoré sme doložili s pánom profesorom pánom Novákom, či už v Učivej viere, alebo na otvorenom sídlisku v Starej Ľubovni, v Jarabíne a podobne. Veľká Ružínska jaskyňa, ďalšia fenomenálna jaskyňa na západ od Košíc. Skúmali opäť Samuel Rod a v 51. roku doktor Juraj Bárta. Samolot objavil v jaskyni, on to hovorí v diluviálnej, to znamená v pleistocénej vrstve ohnisko, čiastočne obložené kameňmi, s kostiami opalené kosti zvierat, aj so zásegmi, s rihami, čiže jasný doklad hodovania. On tvrdil už v roku 1879, že máme dočinenia na území Uhorska s paleolitickým osídlením. Nikto mu nechcel veriť, to bola obrovská diskusia v uhorských kruhoch a dokonca v roku 1916 samozrejme Samorod zomrel a až Tivadár Kormoš z Maďarska ho rehabilitoval, urobil revízny výskum, odkryl to isté ohnisko, ale opäť bez kamennej štiepanej industrie. Ale potvrdil, že je tam paleolit. To inicioval aj doktora Bárku, aj to realizoval v tejto jaskyni revízny výskum. No neobjavil žiaden paleolit, iba neolit, predovšetkým uhorskú kultúru a samozrejme aj mladšie obdobia. To sú pohľady do veľkej ružínskej jaskyne, úctyhodné, impozantné priestory, niekoľko autobusov by tam vošlo. My tam ideme realizovať archeologický výskum v 7. mesiaci, všetci ste pozvaní. A prečo som sa rozhodli robiť ten výskum? To vám dnes ukážem. V roku 2021 sme jaskyňu komplexne zamerali 3D. Dokumentovali sme na stene malby a na povrchu jaskyne vedľa sondy doktora Juraja Bártu sme našli takýto fantastický bifas. Je to planované, ukážeme pánu profesorovi Stalovi, či sa mu z tejto strany dokáže identifikovať surovinu. Podľa mňa by mohol ísť aj o limoslicit alebo o křemeň jurajský podkrachovský. To ešte nevieme. Čiže preto ideme robiť rozsiahly archeologický výskum s kolegom Nemergutom z Archeologického ústavu v Nitre v 7. mesiaci a budem rád, keď zavítate medzi nás. My sme teraz aktuálne bádame masívny previs, tam hore je tá veľká čínska jaskyňa a ten rozsiahlý previs, kde sme jednu sondu umiestnili, druhú sondu umiestnili a zistili sme fantastickú stratigrafiu. Máme tu nálezy z eneolitu, bádenská kultúra, tu máte aj datovanie. Pod vrstvou z bádenskej kultúry máme neolitickú vrstvu, nálezmi bukovorskej kultúry a pod touto vrstvou máme nálezy z mezolitu, drobnotvárna štiepaná industria, 15 kusov, malé vývrtky, jeden zvyšok fragment zbrojníka z mezolitu. Datovanie mezolitu je okolo 7500 BC, to znamená, je to taký stredný mezolit. Presne rovnako je datovaný aj hrob z nedalekej medvedej jaskyne, ktorú publikoval doktor Várta. Blízko je aj tzv. Antonova jaskyňa, kde tam vyjde čas, aj tu budeme robiť archeologický výskum, pretože doktor Rod a doktor Várta tam zistili neolitické osídlenie. Problém je ten, že ani jeden badateľ nešiel hlbšie. Oni prišli na žltú vrstvu, považovali ju za sterilnú vrstvu a nižšie nešli. Nepochybujeme o tom, že tam bude aj mezolit, aj paleolit. To je tá Antonová jaskyňa s takým zrúteným oknom, stropným. Fantastické podmienky na archeologický výskum. A to je tá veľká ružínska jaskyňa, kde sa našiel tento hrob, kde sú na boku ryhy a zasadené mikročepielky. Kolega Várta tvrdí, že sú z limnokvarcitu, limnosilicitu. My sme samozrejme pozerali mikroskopom, vidno tam rádiolárie, čiže ide o rádiolárie. To je ďalší fragment kosteného hrobu. Čiže evidentný lov medveďov hnedých, brunátnych, Ursus arctos. Medveď bol zranený, vošiel do jaskyne a tam zahynul. Prišli paleolitickí lovci a ho rozporcovali a odniesli si mäso. A zostali tam tieto hroby. Čiže preto badáme aj tie previsy a doložili sme, že aj pod prevismi je mezolit a preto ideme badať aj veľkú rímskú jaskyňu, pretože to je blízka jaskyňa s takto unikátnymi nálezmi, ktoré sú takto datované. Aby to nebolo ľahké, jaskyňari ma nedávno oslovili, že v Tisovci, distrikt Rimavská Sobota, našli kostené šidlo. Je evidentné, že nejde o kostené šidlo, ale ide o unikátny hrot, aké poznáme z rozsiahleho územia Bieloruska, Ukrajiny, Poľska, na Morave, ale aj v Čechách. Je to prvý kostený hrot s takým dlátkovitým ukončením tej bázy, aký poznáme napríklad z Vitova, Kosierževa, v lokalite Negocín, Lisy Ogoň. To sú tie typické kostené hroty, ktorý výskyt je v epipalolite, neskorom palolite, ale dominantne v mezolite. Čiže domnievame sa, že to je takisto mezolit. Našli sme tam aj, teda jaskyniari, aj parožie, kosti medveďov, dá sa to datovať, ale je to mladšie. Čiže evidentne opäť lovci z mezolitu ulovili pravdepodobne medveďa brunátneho. Medveď vošiel do jaskyne a tam zahynul, ale tí lovci neobjavili toho medveďa. Porad Šakarova, diera a chyža. Opäť výskumy Samuela našiel tam krásne bukovorské osídlenie. Tvrdil, že tam nie je palolit, ale treba opäť ísť nižšie. Opäť dosiahol tú žltú hlinu, ktorú on neskúmal. Čiže predpokladám, že aj tam bude palolit. To sú samozrejme neolitické nálezy z bukovorskej kultúry, zo Šakarovej diery. A toto je napríklad práca Ferenca Tompu, die Bandkeramik in Ungarn, die Thais und die Biker und Thais Kultur 1929. Tu vypublikoval aj nálezy z Oravskej Šarkanovej diery. Čiže výskumy, ktoré realizoval Fanovarov, boli veľmi populárne. Ja som realizoval výskum susednej jaskyni Chyža, pretože tam opäť amatéri rozkopávali a opäť okrem falšivých monet z 15. veku som našiel fantastickú neolitickú vrstvu, kde v jednej vrstve je bukovohorská, železovská a lineárna kultúra, množstvo kamenej štiepanej industrie, obsidiány, radioarity, čokoládovo-ohnevý fazulit, jurský podkrakovský fazulit, kostené artefakty, aj takáto kostená spatula, špachtľa po slovensky. Čiže datovanie to máme okolo 5100 BC, čiže opäť badatelia skúmali tieto jaskyne a vidno, že je tam obrovský potenciál. Treba ísť samozrejme tiež nižšie. Hej? My sme dosiahli neolit a ďalej sme neskúmali. Treba tam robiť systematické vykopávky. Jasovská jaskyňa, opäť veľmi dôležitá jaskyňa skúmaná už v 19. storočí, opäť Tihadar Kormoš v 1916. túto jaskyňu skúmal a doložil Oriňasie. Bolo mi hlásené, že sa tam realizujú amatérske výkopy. Išiel som sa tam pozrieť, len som začistil profil, obrovská vrstva, kde máme kiatickú kultúru, bukovorskú kultúru a opäť pleistocená vrstva s uhlíkovou vrstvou, kde je Oriňasie. Iba spálené kostičky sme tam našli, ale artefakty nie. Je tam vlastne Oriňasie, aj opäť kostený rok, objavený kamna štiepaná industria a samozrejme nálezy z doby bronzovej a z mladších období. Behom jednej hodiny, pozrite sa, ten celé nádobie bukovorskej kultúry som tam objavil. Behom jednej hodiny bukovorská kultúra, kiatická kultúra, ešte aj bronzový náramok, bronzový prsteň kiatickej kultúry z mladšej a neskorej doby bronzovej. Aj slaninová jaskyňa. Okrem výskumu jedného začisteného profilu sa tam nerealizovali systematické výkopy. Pritom sa tam našli opäť zvyšky kostených hrotov, kamna štiepaná industria podľa docentky Kamínskej. Je to najstarší gravetien na východnom Slovensku. Ale opäť chýbajú systematické výskumy. Samozrejme sú iné regióny, Lachnice na Žarná. Kolega Jan Eigner z Pražského národného múzea zavolal do múzea v Litovskom Mikuláši, že objavil patinované artefakty, ktoré ponechal na mieste. Kolegovia išli sa pozrieť, kolegyňa Šimková a jaskyňa Golubek a našli tam takéto artefakty, ktoré sú výrazne patinované, ide pravdepodobne o patinovaný lignosilícium. To môže byť takisto Oriňasie. V tomto regióne, to znamená v Veľkej Fatre, nemáme absolútne doložené paleolitické osídlenie a zrazu v jaskyni na povrchu voľne, krásny masívny portál, máme, teraz sa tam objavili spolu s Janom Eignerom, tretí artefakt z paleolitu, ale to je z povrchu. Čiže treba hľadať. Plavecký Mikuláš, Tmavá skala, opäť výskum v 19. storočí. A nikto tam nebádal. A sú tam paleolitické artefakty, aj Štiepan Hajnúska, ktorú tu nemá. Nakreslené ani vyfotené. Čiže opäť veľká perspektíva skúmať paleolit v slovenskej jaskyni. Malovská jaskyňa. Skúmaná v 19. storočí, dokonca v roku 1820, tam našli 19 ľudských kostier, ktoré vyhodili do miestneho potoka. Pravdepodobne kult, údajne sedeli v kruhu a všade v jaskyni je kyatická kultúra, čiže mladšia história bronzová a samozrejme aj falšivé momenty z 15. veku. Čiže opäť treba túto jaskyňu skúmať. Kolega Marta sa zameral na stredovek, ale neskúmal neolitické bronzové vrstvy a ani nižšie vrstvy neskúmal. Nepochybujem o tom, že aj paleolitické. Plavecký Mikuláš, Deravá skala, tá bola skúmaná mnohými kolegami, existuje aj knižka docentky Kaminskej, profesora Kozlovského, ale sú tam fantastické nálezy. To je jediná jaskyňa na Slovensku, ktorá sa skúmala do veľkých hĺbok a poskytla fantastické nálezy. Jednak kultúry seletien, jednak dve fázy kultúry granití. A má sa tam proti revízny výskum, čiže tá ešte nepovedala posledné slovo, táto jaskyňa. Samozrejme, jaskyňa slovenského raja. Významný bol tento človek Vojtech Harič, ktorý v roku 1925-26 skúmal viaceré jaskyne a publikoval ich v miestnom turistickom časopise Touristic Alpinismus Wintersport. Tvrdil, že napríklad Čertová diera oproti Tomášovskému výhľadu je celá preskúmaná. A zrazu ma volali, že je tam amatérsky výkop, začistil som profil a opäť neskorá bola bronzová a doba kamena. A hlbšie, kto vie, čo je. Tiež môže byť paleolit. Bonice Premorská jaskyňa je známa. Tu ukazujem preto, lebo tí neandertálci intenzívne osídlili mnohé jaskyne a okrem tejto jaskyni sa v podstate také veľké množstvo artefaktov zo stredného paleolitu v žiadnej inej jaskyni nenašlo. Teraz je tam krásna prezentácia života neandertálcov, plastiky neandertálcov životnej veľkosti, dokonca hlava uloveného mamúta. Prečo to ukazuje ten stredný paleolít? No pretože v plaveckom potradí existuje jaskyňa Pec, kde opäť jaskyniari na povrchu našli takýto fantastický listový tygr. Doteraz tam žiadne paleolitické osídlenie nebolo. Čiže opäť treba jaskyňu bádať, skúmať. Potom tu máme jaskyňu Domica. To je fantastická jaskyňa, turisticky prístupná, kde môžete sa aj plaviť vo vode na člnkoch. Starý nález akademika Béma je tento listový výhrod, ktorý bol v Pražskom národnom múzeu, je z kremeného porfíru vyrobený, fantastické predikania bukovohorského seletienu na južné Slovensko. Ale opäť stratený nález, stratil sa. Moje nálezy sa z tých múzeí postrácali. Čo je dôležité, okrem výrazného neolitického osídlenia, treba venovať v tejto jaskyni pozornosť nástenným malbám a otierom. Mnohé otiery fakiel sa dali analyzovať a sú osobne staršie, ako je obdobie neolitu. Sú z mladého, neskorého paleolitu, dokonca aj z mezolitu. A to je fenomén, pretože doktor Várta, ktorý tam skúmal túto jaskyňu, potom Jan Richardus nenašli nič z paleolitu, okrem tohto iného nálezu od Béma z 32. Čiže určite tam bude paleolit. Keď ja som napríklad objavil tohto namalovaného lovca s oštepom. To je kresba, o ktorej sme doteraz nevedeli. A tých kresieb je tam viac. Čiže Domici sa treba venovať nielen z pohľadu výrazného bukovohorského osídlenia, ale aj lineárneho, tzv. Diemenská lineárna keramika, ale najmä z pohľadu 100% paleolitu. Buď jednokultúra seletien, alebo možno aj poliniasie. Alebo z mladších období, ktoré profesor Bunický Krička skúmal napríklad dlhšiu dieru v Omastine. Našiel fantastické nálezy z neolitu, z eneolitu. Doteraz sa myslelo, že v eneolite na Slovensku prevažuje ľudanická skupina, to znamená epilendel 4. Ale ja aktuálne spracovala všetky jaskyne na území Slovenska, pripravujem rozsiahlu monografiu a Evidentné je, že badenská kultúra v jaskyniach Slovenska prevažuje. Až na druhom mieste je Epilenio 4, teda ľudavická skupina. Čiže veľký potenciál skúmať jaskyne, ktoré sú aj v Bádene osídlené. To je príklad, ako sa treba venovať jaskyniam. Jaskyniari mi zrazu doniesli z jednej Liptovskej jaskyne celú nádobu. Išli sme sa do tejto jaskyne pozrieť a všade na zemi množstvo ľudských kostí a celé nádoby, aj rozbité fragmenty, proste kult. Väčšinou ide o mladých jedincov, čiže deti. Čiže nejaký kult v tých jaskyniach jednoducho bol aj v tej badenskej kultúre. Sú to nové, dosť publikované nálezy z Kvačiak do Hejlúky, čiže Liptov, kde tá badenská kultúra je v kontexte neúplných ľudských skeletov. To máme aj na Spiši, nové jaskyne. No samozrejme, došli sme aj mnohým jaskyniam, čo sa týka doby bronzovej a najmä horizontálne, vertikálne jaskynia, teda priepastia. Nevenuje sa im takmer žiadna pozornosť. Prečo? Lebo sú to adrenalinové výkony. Je veľmi ťažké zliesť. Ja sám som skoro zahynul v jednej jaskyni, keď sme 40 metrov zlaňovali do priepasti a zrazu sa začali sípať skaly a cez takú ušku z kurinku som sa dostal hore, ale skoro som zahynul. Čiže ja sa nečudujem, že v týchto priepastiach máme kultové masky z ľudských tvári. Napríklad Babská diera, Majda Gašková jaskyňa. Ale všetko to zachránili jaskyniari, ktorí sú zdatní a vedia liesť, hej. Jasno, archeológovia tam ťažko pôjdu a keď tak riskujú život. Preto všade máme v tých priepastiach, najmä na južnom Slovensku, množstvo priepastí, kde je množstvo ľudských skeletov, celé nádoby, najmä bukovohorská kultúra a kijatická kultúra, čiže mladšia nespravedlivá bronzová. Čiže tu sa otvára priestor pre adrenalínových archeológov, ktorí majú možnosť skúmať tieto priepasti, ale dosť ťažko sa budú skúmať. Čiže ja som vám chcel poukázať na niektoré veľmi dôležité jaskyne na území Slovenska, ktoré poskytli množstvo archeologických nálezov, ale sú skúmané nedostatočne. Je pred nami obrovský priestor na systematický výskum mnohých jaskyň. A to nielen zameraných na paleolít, ale aj na mladšie obdobia práve. Ďakujem za pozornosť.
Thank you very much, Marian, for the very interesting lecture. I think that we shall start the main session of today. So the session fits the mountains of Europe, incarnations, events, and the first paper will be given by Professor Paweł Waldenowak on behalf of an interdisciplinary team about Fujiba Cave, lake placed between the Tatra Mountains.
Good morning, dear colleagues. To give you a brief communication as a supplement data to the very nice presentation of the lecture about Doskonała Nauka. It is a Fujiba cave situated exactly in the Tatra, relatively deep in the Tatra massive. On the territory of contemporary Slovakia. You see the entrance of the cave placed on around of 930 meters above sea level. In the team, you can recognize not only archaeologists, but also paleobotanists, geologists, a complex action. What we will talk about very short, I hope, only overview, because this is a campaign in progress now. Firstly, some words to the upland and mountain Magdalenian, my proposition to such picture. already within the eastern province of this culture. Then some words to the environment on the foot of Tatra as background for such settlements. You will see this tomorrow during the excursion. Then some comments to the open air sites. We know a series of open air Magdalena sites in the Początek region, for instance, but the cave camps are very, very rare at the moment. Kujiva is one of them. The second one is Obłazowa, and Obłazowa you will see tomorrow, I hope, also. Some aspect of originality in the case of Kujiva. This is the aspect of paleo environment, then fauna, of course, and lithic industry, and strange composition, I would say, extremely strange, and the first interpretation. Now, only to remember, you know this well, the system elaborated many years ago by Gerhard Bosiński, a little bit transposed and adapted for us for today. You see that the Magdalenian complex, the Magdalenian culture, during late Pleistocene go into the eastern part of Middle Europe, or generally to the north and east. We can place here Kujiva into the system and combine this episode with the Magdalenian the fifth, which developed in the fifth during the building interstudy. Well, only to remember, in the lowland we have contemporary settlements called Hamburger culture. This is a part of the whole range of Magdalena in Europe, the eastern variety, and I propose to put into this settlement zone also the mountainous sites, but they show us many differences, not only in the fauna combination, but also in the industry, as you will see just now. The same, according to one German archaeologist, a little wider with Moravia, and we can go to Germany, to Swiss, to French, and to Spain finally, you know this well. Here is a very nice concentration of open air sites, what was mentioned before, and two caves, Obłazowa and Kujiva. This is good. I think this is not necessary to give wider comments to the landscape, to the dynamic character of this landscape. You see not only the alpina formation on the far relatively, but also hilly formation and flat area with many valleys. If so, we can remember the first information about Magdalena here in the zone northern from the Tatra Massif, with the Obłazowa, but also with some open air sites. A part of them, they are workshops oriented for radiolite process. The latest Paleolithic phase in this region, in the cave of Obłazowa, is Magdalena, as you see, but as introduction for tomorrow, have a look here. Once again, this was the same yesterday, but maybe it's useful to notice. It will be no time tomorrow for such detailed presentation you see many times. Muzeum Tatrzańskiego, perhaps Gravetian or Polynesian, and on the finale of this sequence, latest Magdalena. Now back to Fujiba. The site is close to the state border in the eastern part of Tatra, and just we must take into consideration the stand of the landscape at that time. And note that here must be or was the glacier. And the big discussion is what was the relationship between the settlement here and this ice massive. And most probably the Magdalenian people operated in between the forested zone and the glacier. This show the consequences for hunting, for the fauna composition, of course. The discovery is like Professor Sojak, and better to say, sorry, Maria, like the speleologist who came into the cave and create their world and destroyed, unfortunately, the levels with Professor Sojak noted and collected the first three artifacts brought to us. We discussed what can be this, what does it mean, etc. And the first hypothesis was it could be Magdalena. But it is to stress that anyway, this is the first cave in the in the Tatra in general with Paleolithic material. This is the first site, first Paleolithic site in the Tatra in general, not only as a cave but general. This is also good to know. So came to the first trench, to the first excavations, and field work concentrated in the deeper part of the chamber, partly also in the entrance area. In both cases, you see the green points are artifacts, then bones, and a lot of charcoal in the deepest part of the cave. You see here the cross section. You see also the late medieval layer with coins, with pottery. But as in Obrazowa, this is the first site in Poland. This is the Kuchiva, but Obrazowa is the first site in Poland where such procedure was improved. Wet screening. In Kuchiva, the same as you see, special sieves and our work and with our students. We are very grateful to our collaborators, to students, to doctoral students, and to the all participants of the team from Slovakia, from Czech Republic, and from Poland. The first AMS data confirmed fully our expectations. You see the third millennium, the second half of third millennium before Christ, it would be the Greenland interstadial 1E. Greenland. As a surprise was a high concentration of Kappa ibex. Capricorn is absent at the moment. Now in Tatra, it's known only from Alpina zone and from steppe area. Hoops and school is also very interesting, also in the context, but that we have found also hoops and school of horse. And horse on the in this place quite 1,000 meters is really a big surprise. What does it mean? We don't know. We will clear this one. Here, the series of late artifacts and once again the first data. The structure of artifacts of the inventory is given here. You see, have a look please for this information shoulder points. A very rare artifact form in the Polish Magdalena, quite absent. Only two sites very poor can be mentioned: Uzyskała in Jurassic landscape and Wrocław Żerniki. But this series is much more is rich. Then the rest fit relatively well the standard of Magdalena perforators, so-called zinc and so on. What is also very strange is the quite absence of a regular service of course and technological rest as it should be in a normal workshop. Exploited coal on the one, and some not microliths, relative massive shoulder points. And also some examples, also intensive use calculator of the zinc type. Bone needles, now only showed the first interpretation of the first combination. Who came here, from which area he came, and we can note many West European or Southwestern elements, implements, and we can point for German, German patterns, for instance, or for Switzerland, Swiss sites. In both cases, we can recognize easy such for this asymmetric shoulder points. This one makes an obsidian. If so, as a conclusion, we can list some comments. Magdalena settlement at the foot of the Tatra is very intense, as you have seen. Not only open air sites, but also they are present in the caves. We see with relationship with other inventors known from Poland, from not strange, but it is so. Some references to the South Germany, to Swiss area, also to France, but on the selected site can be noted. Then the large share of bone remains of the alpine ibex, today absent in the Tatra massif. And what's more, to the last, as the last sentences here, this head must be used very intensive, most probably longer, during a longer stay. So, this was very brief communication with this supplementary only version. We are in progress, and perhaps we will be able to give you more complex data later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this perfect handwriting. And I must say that I'm really impressed by the new findings from Huchibakira Cave. It is very good to see precious Magdalenian finds, but I'm very happy to see a medieval tertiary layer, which is something very unusual in caves. So this is really precious finding. Okay, so now let's turn into some economic proposals and economic exploitation of mountains. the next paper will be given by Professor Dembis and Professor Andrzej Pelisiak, Prehistoric Man and Salt in Salty Mountains.
Thank you very much. Hello again. I would like to invite you to the eastern part of Polish Carpathia. We carry out research in this area directed to the different problems. There are three main branches of this research. First one, there's early exploitation, early human activity in high-Bieszczady mountains. Second branch is the research on the relic raw material, sources, identification and use. And the third branch is directed to the prehistoric exploitation of salt. These researchers were undertaken several years ago by Polish-German team from Poland. Maciej Dembis is ahead, University of Rzeszów, and from Germany, University of Regensburg, and Thomas Zeiler. Soil deposits in the area surrounding of Carpathia and the salt deposits in Europe. That's the place we will present it now. Salt springs and springs of brine are very numerous on this area. To this time, more than 300 such springs were documented. Most of them are located in Ukraine. These springs were used from the prehistory. Also in modern times, some of them are used also now by the people living in the villages on Ukraine because of very high density of salt in the brine. It's easy for evaporation, and the springs are used to this time also. And salt springs and salt East Poland, Tyrawa, area of our research. It's interesting that many places in this region has in their name only also term salt. For example, Góry Słone, Salty Mountains, Solina, and other. So this name also confirms the salt springs, numerous salt springs on this area. And go to the Tyrawa, the Solna, Salty Tyrawa, salt water springs on this area. Some of them were used in modern time, huge scale in the second part of 19th century and from the beginning of 20th century. And this springs looks like here, Thomas Zeiler. Some of these water springs are used by animals, like the other slides also.
So there's different kind of use of these sticks. And the site, prehistoric site on this area, most of them they are site from Bronze Age, late Bronze Age, and Hallstatt period, but also there are some elements suggested older activity, human activity, probably also connected with site in the Neolithic, because we found some artifacts connected with late Neolithic analytical culture. Probably some pottery shells discovered here may be connected with early Neolithic, so the late. It's difficult to recognize. There are very small, not from excavation, but some technological features suggest that maybe also some early Neolithic traces of early Neolithic human activity here. And paramagnetic research before excavation, Krava Solna site 12. This area was several times intensively researched with the surface research. On the base of this research, some sites were chosen for excavation and before paramagnetic. As a result of paramagnetic study, unfortunately, this area, a very good fields, are located close to the villages, and result are like here. There are some metal vestes, and start across the view, paramagnetic view. And the excavations, part excavated in 2016, 2017. Unfortunately, pandemic caused the modification of our plans in 2020, 2021. Excavation was not carried out. 2022 was undertaken again. So this view from the paramagnetic study and excavated area, landscape, location of this site, and location of excavated. I don't know. Of the excavated units. And excavation, most of the material found during this excavation is connected with the late Bronze Age and Hallstatt period, and most of them is connected with exploitation of soil. There's first of all piece with briquetage. There's huge number of briquetage, only few other artifacts from the Krava Solna 12. Some cross-section of such pit, and planigraphy of several briquetage, only charcoal was found and was used for radiocarbon examination. The other view from this site with briquetage. This material is not impressive, but it's very important because it really confirms the local evaporation of brine, local evaporation of salty water. And some example of material of briquetage that's typical for this kind of workshops, reconstruction of evaporation of brine, and some pottery fragments chronologically connected with so-called Łużyce culture, Tarnoży Łużyce culture, how Sylvester Chopper recognized this material, is not very numerous. There's only few radiocarbon date from this site, and chronology is like here. The research will continue and material is prepared for radiocarbon examination. So these dates are clearly confirm the chronology established on the base of pottery fragments, not numerous pottery fragments. And the second site, Rabasona, number 33, also magnetic survey, not very good view, and some example of piece. Also with briquetage, only few pottery fragments and some samples of briquetage from this size, like here. And pottery fragment from this size, also connected with the Tarnobrzeg Muzeum culture. And view on the cultural landscape. The Bronze Age, this point is our area of our research. Tarnobrzeg Muzeum culture here, and some other cultural contexts. In this case, Kaba culture. And another side is context, cultural context for this sound exploitation. There are halls, for example, from Sage, and some other material from this site is Łomża, not far from Rabasona, located, well-known published hall from this site, and some briquetage from sorry, because it's a mistake, it should be Husytian culture, not Husytian culture, sorry. Some example from other side, from Małopolska, in this case from Wieliczka, from Germany, briquetage from Sale, published by materials published by Thomas Zailes in 2003, and another map, this map from the end of the 19th century with location of the villages near Trawa, Solna, and the the site, also sites with repeatage. It's clearly confirm and show the connection between location of these springs. Most of them I talked about and were used in modern time also, almost to now. So this map show the context from the end of 18th century. And another map, Rama Solna, Lubatówka, also holds questions about the context of this whole the context of salt. Salt was very important raw material from at least late Neolithic. So concentration of salt in this area is also spectacular. And there's only some very first information, very first result of other research. Research will be continued this year and next year within the collaboration of Polish, between the Polish-German collaboration. It's Maciej Dębiec. Unfortunately, he got the terrible virus and he couldn't come here. So I present this presentation in his name. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for the kind regime. And now it's time to start the last lecture before the discussion and break. I'm inviting Dr. Jan Franciszewski, Dr. Michał Jakubczak, and Anna Lamszak on the need to study the remains of ancient mining in the Polish Carpathians.
So I will present the paper of our small group, person coming from different institutions from different corners of Poland. You can see our small thing here. It's something complicated. It is like this, yeah. So the Polish north side of Carpathian Mountains is relatively poor in outcrops of useful minerals, especially as we compare to our Slovak colleagues from south side of Carpathian. So in Polish archaeology we didn't put enough attention for this, what we can find here. Only a history of exploitation of some useful minerals from Tatra Mountains had a tradition of some search, but again, this is quite far from the solid elaboration of Sanche. But as we look on the map of Polish side of Carpathians, we see that it's poor, but it's not empty. For example, with copper mineralization, we can see here four quite interesting concentration. Not only in Tatra, we had the next one in Pinin Mountains, second one in between Rybów and Limanova here, and on the more east part, two big concentration north to Krosno, and second one around the Sanok. As we look at them, we know very little about history of using of these minerals or not using of these minerals. Historical data, they are collected only for 18th, 19th centuries. But we can find in archaeological iteration paper of Professor Gedl about possibilities of use this copper mineralization in the neighborhood of Sanok because of special collection of artifacts on the sites from Bronze Age in the region. But so it is since years the question it exists, but we had no tools how to attack the subject with this. And everything changed in 2011 as we got the LiDAR airborne laser scanning data with detailed morphology of Polish landscape. So in this moment we got the data about 1,000 of traces of some human activity, mining activity in our mountains. Two examples just from the open sites in Polish geoportal. One here is the oil mine with pretty nice wheel exploitation that we call them kopanki from, I don't know, 18th, 19th century. Very solid, with some hydrological installation on the stream there. Absolutely fantastic place in famous forest, much more exciting than the famous museum in Bukka connected with Łukasiewicz. And the second is neighborhood of Limanova. We can see the Polish name, huge mountain, the small hill. But as we can see here, there are not the standard stone quarries. We can see that we have exploitation going on by line of some deposits, the few lines of some deposits. So we can see just on computer that it's a place that we should to visit it. What's happened? What it is in this line? Which kind of deposit? Till now we have not enough experience to read very well these DTM pictures. Till now, unfortunately, only the recognizing of flint mines are very well prepared in Polish. We made it in years from 2011 to 2015. Then we collect the old pictures of topographic differences of different mines, from very simple as famous sign in Szeniotki with this pingo relics, till not so big exploitation that will be destroyed by agriculture. After, as we see the same of different exploitation on Skałecznica with some quarries here in line and kind of small field exploitation here will be destroyed by agriculture at the beginning of 20th century. And we have no similar elaboration about different kind of mining. The each of these kinds have this own specific of work, and it's a problem how to fill this gap. Maybe we should start from a different deposit, so as we started with flint, attack the oil, attack the copper, and so on. But for this we have not enough historical data, so it is quite in the same and helping of geology is not in scale that we can work in archaeology. So finally we decide try to find in Polish mountains such area that we can find the whole question of this subject on relatively small area, small terrain. And like this, we find the small hill Jarmuta in Małe Mountains, so it is in Klippenfeld. This is this nice hill and looks on DTM like this. As you can see this in detail, it looks like a metallurgist full of holes of different sizes and different shapes. And we can find here helping of the scientific elaboration since long period. First, geology, which is extremely complex, but has a tradition of elaboration since more than 100 years. First, Uli mapping in 1890, after 50 years of work of Professor Birkermeyer, and last mapping by family of Oszczypko in 2017, mapping scale 1 to 5,000. This is very rare in geological elaboration that somebody tried to make a map like this. So, of course, it's not enough for us, but it's much better than standard. You can see here this very complex. We have andesite here, we have radiolarites here in these places, and sandstone and some conglomerates. And we have the hydrothermal mineralization with different metals. So here we have a gold, copper. What do you want on this stuff? The last very interesting searching made by our geologists is the chemical analysis of surface sediment, just to see the concentration of metals. And of course, we have a concentration near traces of exploitation, also east, so west part of Yarmuta mountains. The link is quite similar, more or less, and absolutely astonishing concentration of silver of north side of the hill. What's the problem from an archaeological point of view? The minerals here, they are not easy to recognize. That it's not malachite that archaeologists can see that we have the ore. They are, let's say, quite discreet. So far from standard archaeological petrographical knowledge. So for this we will need the professional helping, surely, to play with these stones. And the second leg, let's say, historical searching. We have quite nice elaboration about the project from 18th century of digging copper and silver on this mountain, but by discoveries from 19th century, we know that they found some bronze metals there, let's say, as we look on Polish archaeological map, it's middle of nowhere. So maybe the roots of the using of metal in this region are quite older, maybe even going to the Bronze period. And so the last point we have to do, it was, let's say, press survey walk around the Yarmuta hill to fill the old troubles we can find just in such prospection. Of course, the biggest hole we can find in this field is this huge industrial andesite quarry working in between, I think, 40s and 70s in 20th century. And now just left open and used by some water funds as a training area. That what is interesting from this period, we have a nice project realized by geologists from Krakow to recognize andesite deposit of the hill, and they made it by creation of some geological shafts in line. Huge work, and as we can see from modern point of view, it costs a lot of money, but it's really nice visible now in landscape with these steepy shafts. It's view from up, and me in one of this hole from up, from down. But the quarries from this period is not only what we can see. We have, I think, more than 100 bits of different quarries. Quarries with different shapes, quite large as here, quite small, and it's the rest of my team there. And the small quarry like this, on different geological conditions, different say, finally, each of these needs a solid elaboration and date we didn't know about. And it's not there. Finally, in a few parts of here, we can see the small mining fields, quite standard with this bingo relic, as you can observe here, it's depression of shafts, and it's more than 20 of them, or even more. Again, we couldn't say which kind of rock was excavated there, when. Nothing, so everything is waiting. Again, it's not the last way of exploitation. In several places we have a kind of ditch exploitation, as we can see here. So the ditch is going on some kind of rocks or some kind of mineral. Again, we know nothing about. And finally, the most famous on the hill, this is the rest of this 18th century mining, connect with copper and silver minerals, entrance to the Banya Adit, it's this hole here, and to see on DTM like this, you feel this quite flat, so we arrange this 3D view to see the hole is here. The slope of this small hill is more steep than 45 degrees everywhere, so you don't feel very comfortable walking there. And description of it is quite well done, so the 67 meters of the mine hole, and the second level, smaller, 35 meter long. The geology of this part is well done, but we can observe there. And something happened. Anyway, the traces of war in many places, and the same places of some internal installation, wooden stuff inside. This kind of work is not elaborated, so we know nothing about technical mining, technique of this installation inside, how they were built. So we should scan this and make a solid searches of archaeological way. And result of our small walk from this spring, the working conditions are extremely difficult. So we need a team which is in special physical condition to work on these steepy slopes. And with special knowledge, mostly geological knowledge, not archaeological one. So it's not like this as for normal archaeological survey that we can just collect a student and go there, because like this we will have accidents and some troubles, there is no sense. These problems will come more and more after. How to make test digging on the slope which is 50 degrees. So you have to manage the whole earth, I think, in some bags or something like this, because without you will have this steep 50 meters lower. And with geophysics it's the same. We have several points which looks like the entrance to different adits there. So it's quite easy to search them by GPR method. Normally it is empty hole in mountain, it's not a problem. But not in condition like this, because you couldn't walk with GPR on such steep slope. So I have no idea how we can use this machine there. And the same, to see the empty space 5 meter deep as we normally use, it is the first 4 or 5 meters from the entrance to Addis. But 50 meters inside, you will need completely different equipment because the hole will be 50 meters deep. So you must change the all geophysical equipment to attack this. But now we know what we can do, and I think we will collect our team to the end of this year, and we will attack a problem in next 2 to 3 years. So conclusions, you can see that finally what we have in hands help us to attack a problem which is waiting since 100 years. And the idea to start from Yarmuta, I think, is a good one. We have everything there, what we can find in all Carpathians. The problem is to collect the possibilities, collect the team. So if somebody of you want to take a part in such crazy ideas, strongly welcome. Why not? And it's almost all. Maybe one sentence more. Yesterday, one of our Spanish colleagues used a term heritization. It's hard in English for me, but I have no idea how to say it in Polish at all. But with company, the special society which is collected around the Pieniny Museum in Szlachtowa, I think that we can make this heritization of Yarmuta mining on a really good way. So this is a special aspect of such work. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for the very interesting paper. Dear colleagues, it's the time to start the discussion, and I would like to ask if anyone of you would like to ask a question to the third lecture of Marian Sojak about the case Slovakia.
Just only a short comment to the Domica cave. This cave is famous also from this point of view that many human footprints from Neolithic were found in the time of discovery. Unfortunately, they were destroyed by following visitors.
Thank you very much. Who else would like to ask a question? So I have the privilege to voice to myself, and I would like to ask Marian, how old are the oldest archaeological evidence for cave use in Slovakia in Middle Ages? Tak, jak najstarsze materiały wczesnośredniowieczne z jaskiń na Słowacji, jak je datujecie? Z fazy wczesnosłowiańskiej są jakieś materiały? Nie ma.
Aż 8-9 wiek. 8-9 wiek. Ale mamy 7 jaskiń na Słowacji tylko w 7-8 wieku. Turnia, południowo-wschodnia Słowacja, tam są takie jaskinie. Żihałowa jaskinia, koło Turni. Ale nie dużo, dopiero...
To zaczyna się później w takim razie, głównie w tych młodszych fazach pewnie.
A w Ruzinie jest 12-13 wiek.
No właśnie. Bardzo dziękuję. Thank you very much.
To może po polsku, tak? To Mariana pytanie. Czy poza jaskinią Kuciwa jest jakaś jeszcze w słowackich Tatrach opcja znalezienia jaskini, gdzie żył człowiek paleolityczny? Czy to jest na razie takie pytanie trudne?
Trudne pytanie, a ważny problem. Kuciwa jest może tylko jedna, a można nie. Trzeba badać. Moim zdaniem aksamitka będzie ta Druga, Margalenska, to trzeba badać.
Czyli tam w Tatrach Bielskich czy Białej nie jest jeszcze jakaś szansa?
Dużo jaskiń, ale
Niekoniecznie.
jest to paleontologiczny materiał. Jaskinia Nowi 1, Nowi 2, po Muraniu.
Tak.
No, ale nikt to nie badał, tylko stary badacze. Tylko mają paleontologiczny materiał, ale żadne artefakty.
Wiem, że Wojciech Wiśniewski, o którym tam wspominałem, to speleolog, w latach 80. prowadził takie fazy badania właśnie w Jaworowej, że on tam znalazł ślady tych poszukiwaczy skarbów, tak? To raczej XVII, XVIII, może XIX wiek.
Tak, też koło Białej, Spiskie Białej, alabastrowa jaskinia.
No tak.
Tam są też znaczki tych poszukiwaczy skarbów, ale nic starsze tam nie ma.
Okej, czyli trudno powiedzieć.
Trudno powiedzieć, czy będzie paleolitny. Projekta obróciła jest unikatna.
Okej, dziękuję bardzo.
I think that we could easily pass to the Kojima cave in the second lecture. Who else would like to ask a question about this paper? Okay, so what about the next lecture about prehistoric man and the salty mountains? Do you have any questions? Okay. And the last one about the ancient mining in Polish Carpathians.
Ja muszę do jaskini Koszywa pytanie jedno. Bardzo dobrze. Tam znaleziono monety, prawda? Z okresu chyba II wojny światowej. Tak, dobrze zrozumiałem. Czy to jest opcja, że tam po prostu ktoś w trakcie słowackiego powstania narodowego się ukrywał? Tak. A to była, nie wiem, ludność żydowska, czy partyzanci?
Nie wiadomo. Tam są tylko nabojnice i monety inwestor.
Blisko strzeleckie wzięło.
Aha,
Tam jest znakomity widok.
Tak, właśnie.
Monety, ale też właśnie te nabojnice, czyli łuski.
Bo wiem, że na przykład w Jańskiej Dolinie w Niżnych Tatrach tam też było, że Żydzi się ukrywali w jaskiniach, no ale też były stanowiska partyzantów z tego powstania, tak? Czyli to jest...
Ja mam 150 jaskiń, gdzie
Aha, czyli się...
Słowenskie Narodowe Powstanie, gdzie była
ukrywali. No Wyskowskiej też chyba się
Też było.
Aha, czyli to jest takie no, ciekawe bardzo. I to są te monety, tak? Słowackie z tego okresu. Okej.
Słowackie.
Thank you very much. I will repeat my question if you have any comments or questions to the lectures. Do you have any online comments from our colleagues? Yes?
No, we don't have.
So it is my pleasure to thank you very much and to invite you for a coffee break. Thanks a lot. We've got 10 minutes for a coffee break.
Cała Słowacja od Pawła i Połowy,
Stanowi prowadzę nas przełomu, który jego publika zwraca Korolewo najstarsze stanowisko jest na Muzeum, ale o geologii czwartorzędowej oni są pełni teraz budować więc jak się zainstanujemy, to już tam będziemy czekać na te głębokie wykopy.
Wow.
Ale Ale czyli z którego?
program. No, I'm absent, so we'll have 4
two of the team of Professor Przybyła and two of the team of Bulas. Okay, the session will be concentrated on the Bronze and Iron Ages in the Carpathian Mountains, and this first lecture of Professor Przybyła, Jan Letman, Magdalena Makiel, Aleksandra Wójcik, who will speak about the Syndrome Hill in the Bias Valley of River.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, at first thank you very much for coming. And today we would like to tell you about a characteristic element of monumental stone architecture from Moszkowice, which is the Eastern Gate. The aim of our paper today is to focus on some of its unique elements that cannot be explained functionalistically. At the same time, we will refer to some analogies from different parts of Europe and show that the same unique features in other contexts are associated with some rituals there. At the site of Syndrome Hill in Moszkowice, already quite well known in the archaeological world, is located in the Western Carpathians, in southern Poland, on a promontory overlooking the Dunajec Valley. The site is best known for the oldest monumental stone fortification in this part of Europe, and it was erected in the dry wall technology. Geophysical research shows that it was originally about 200 meters long and defended access to the settlement from the east. The other slopes are so steep that they are a natural obstacle and did not require any additional protection. The fortification with the gate comes from the oldest settlement phase of the neighborhood. Is it working? It's working. And radiocarbon dating and some stratigraphic analysis allow us to very accurately date this structure to approximately 1725 BC. In addition to the oldest phase in which the fortifications were created, two subsequent phases from the early Bronze Age and several settlement stages from the late Bronze Age and Iron Age can be distinguished in the stratigraphy of the site. During our excavations, we have so far uncovered about 60 meters of fortification, up to 1 meter high in some places. It was built, as we said, in the dry wall technique, with large blocks placed in the face, weighing sometimes more than half a ton. There are two entrances within the fortifications. The main ones are in the north, and it consisted of two parallel protruding bastions forming a kind of flanked passage. The eastern gate, which we will focus on today, is a passage in the fortification about 1.5 meters wide. It is located at the fault of the perimeter wall, where the line of the face of the outer wall north of the gate moves about 1 meter into the settlement in relation to the wall running south of the gate. From the northern side of the passage, perpendicular wall about 2 meters long enters the settlement, thus creating some kind of short corridor. It also served as a support for 3 autostats, opposite which on the other side of the gate there were the same massive vertical slabs that face the wall of the passageway. Due to significant weathering, its original height of the slabs remains a mystery, but the best preserved of them is about 1.9 meter high. The ground in the passage was paved with some small pebbles, and in turn there was probably a lintel in the facade line. The eastern gate was explored during three research seasons, and in 2018 and 2020 its partial reconstruction was made from the original material. Concentration of doubt with construction imprints discovered in the destruct of the wall indicates that the wall was partially covered with some layer of clay plaster and topped with a light wattle and dowel structure, so it was additionally increased by this. The style of the fortification from Maszkowice fits very well into the horizon of stone architecture from the 18th and 17th century BC from southeastern Europe. In fact, this is a very complicated topic which we do not want to delve into during our paper today. However, it should be mentioned because it is the south of the Europe that we find some analogies to various phenomena found in the case of Eastern Gate, to which we will return later. One such similarity is the high density of passages in the fortifications of the 18th and 17th centuries BC, which exceeds, in fact, the communications needs. The Eastern Gate is about 50 meters from the main gate and is built where the slope below it drops steeply. A similar situation occurs at the site in Mukodonia, in Iskra. The side gate is located there at a similar distance from the main entrance to the settlement. And from this smaller entrance, there is also a steep slope leading to a cave where traces of some occult practices have been discovered. The choice in general of the choice of settlement site by a community is primarily determined by appropriate geographical conditions, ensuring the best possible control of the site and access to drinking water, some soils suitable for cultivation and or grazing animal. However, one should also remember about less scientifically tangible aspects, such as the relationship of people to the surrounding landscape and the related ritual behavior. The dominant feature of the landscape, which immediately attracts attention when we are on the Zendor's Hill, is the vast range of Mount Radziona, rising over 1,200 meters above sea level, located to the southeast of the site. The landscape, perceived by the former inhabitants of Zendor's Hill, and still possible to observe, also consists of cosmological phenomena. Based on the exposed remains of architecture, it is possible to determine only two axes organizing the spatial layout of the early Bronze Age fortress. The first connects both gates, the second crosses the site running through the middle of the corridor of the Eastern Gate, and both of these axes almost perfectly coincide with the position of sunrises on the days of summer and winter solstices. The azimuth of the sunrise in 1750 BC on Zendor's Hill on the day of the summer solstice was 52 degrees, while the axis of the Eastern Gate runs in the azimuth is about 56 degrees. On the other hand, on the day of the winter solstice, the sunrise azimuth was 131 degrees, while the line drawn between the gates creates an azimuth of 132 degrees. It should be emphasized that while the main gate was placed in the only possible place for communication reasons, the Eastern Gate, in fact, could be built basically anywhere in the line of the fortification.
Within the Eastern Gate, a complicated stratigraphic system can be found, which allows us to reconstruct the sequence of events taking place in a very short period between about 1725 and 1690 BC. The first two of these stages are related to use of the gate. In the first stage, at the inner entrance to the gate corridor, layer D12 was deposited, to which we will devote a bit more attention in a moment. On top of it, there is a D11 layer, which is a usable level of the gate, with traces of ground strengthening in the form of cobblestones. The layers associated with one of the buildings from the early Bronze Age are younger than the other. Both of the layers in the gate and the building have a series of radiocarbon gates. Based on micromorphological studies, it was established that the D12 layer is largely composed of ash and burnt rocks. This context is also characterized by the highest percentage of carbon and phosphorus in the mineral form at the site, associated with the decomposition of bone remains. All these parameters deviate from the standard for buildings from the early Bronze Age. And the D11 layer, on the other hand, reverses them much more. In conclusion, layer D12 is a deposit of ash from parks. References from the areas of southeastern Europe may suggest a ritual nature of such behavior. Because ash mounds deposited in the Bronze Age and Iron Age settlements from the Ural to Danube. Ash also played an important role in the cultic sphere of ancient Greece, where in the custom called Tizia, a place was sanctified by depositing the remains of a burnt sacrifice. New research indicates that this ritual was already functioning in some form in Mycenaean period. All available evidence shows that the end of the eastern gate was abrupt. This process is illustrated by the next four phases for my formation of this stratigraphy until the construction of building 1 in its vicinity. The first one is related to the covering of the usable lever by a layer of sandstone flakes, described in the photo as D15. This layer was formed as a result of destruction of the inner surface of at least 2 orthostats, most likely as a result of deliberate action. Later, the top of the largest of the plates was also deliberately broken off. The orthostats from the eastern gate may themselves, due to their size and shape, be interpreted as anthropomorphic stelae. They bring to mind similar objects known, among others, from the early Bronze Age and found in the area from the Black Sea steppes to the Alps. The fact that they were deliberately destroyed during the act of ending the use of the eastern gate emphasizes the symbolic and emotional character of discussed structure. Other events can be noted within the eastern gate, and these are the burning of fire, visible in the form of red spots on the slabs, and the depositioning of a thick layer of debris, including the remains of burned building and feces identified in microstratigraphic studies. After this episode, the layers filling the gate were leveled to the foundation level of the neighboring building 1. The layers from the period of use of the gate clearly differ from the context in terms of the plant species discovered in them. The presence of blackberry and other forest fruit seeds, as well as barley grains and gloom, is interesting because they are almost unheard of in other early Bronze Age contexts. The layers in the gate, however, lack the combination of wheat, chaff, and diaspores of wheat, which are characteristic of the layers of buildings from the same time and are associated with the storage and processing of fruit. Both in terms of technological features and style, the pottery from the D11 and D12 layers occupies an extreme position in the seriation, here on the plot of correspondence analysis, and this is related to the earliest chronological position of this context. From the point of view of the interpretation of this structure, the functional analysis was really more helpful, and the functional classification that was developed for early Bronze Age, pottery from Syndrome's Hill, may be much more interesting. We will not discuss it in detail, but it is a division that takes into account access to the interior of the vessel, the possibility of its transport, and its volume. Here the correspondence analysis of functional types of vessels shows that a mixture of all types, storage, table, kitchen, and transport, came from the buildings, which is quite obvious conclusion, but the 2 outliers visible here are more surprising. There are layers outside the fortifications where transport vessels dominate, and the eastern gate from which mainly tableware comes. The eastern gate is also associated with two interesting structures located outside the wall. One of them is possible path coming out of the gate. Its remnant is the D11 layer, lying in the passage and descending lower on the slope, to join another early Bronze Age, D18. Both contexts were created as a result of the position of material in depressions created by trampling. More or less at the intersections of layer D11 and D18, there was a mysterious object, D100. A small depression contained fragments of pottery, animal bones, dough, and two anthropomorphic figurines. A relatively large share of thin-walled pottery was noted here, which resembles the situation from the eastern gate. Based on the pottery, this object can be dated to the earliest phase of the settlement. In addition to two anthropomorphic figurines from object D100, a fragment of the third idol was found near the eastern gate. Apart from these three artifacts, items of this type are not known from other parts of the site, despite the examination of about half of its area. The idols from Maszkowice, in terms of their general tendencies, most closely resemble simple poorly-burnt idols from Carpathian Mountains. Their poses bring to mind those found in the richly decorated Mycenaean figurines and ones of the Żywo culture on the lower Danube. A pit with pottery, bones, and fragmented figurines located on the path leading out of the gate brings to mind a sacrificial deposit. A similar interpretation is attributed to the deposits of other Carpathian Bronze Age figurines. A second cluster of figurines, but this time not anthropomorphic, was located in the northern part of the hilltop plateau. The state of preservation of fortifications in this area is very bad, but it cannot be ruled out that there was a place when the perimeter wall ended. Two complete and a fragment of a third big figurine were found there. In various respects, the context of the findings stood out from other surveyed zones of the site. It is common in archaeology to pay attention to the twofold function of figural art. On the one hand, it could have been toys, and on the other hand, it is often considered a manifestation of some ritual activity. The concept of offerings to deities are replacing live animals with such figurines is particularly interesting. As we have tried to show above, the Eastern Gate is interesting not only as an architectural structure, but also as a context that shows many unusual features, suggesting its non-utilitarian purpose. Although the analogies we cited from southeastern Europe may suggest the existence of equal sign between the non-utilitarian use and the ritual use, we believe that it's more appropriate to apply the interpretation-neutral term, odd context, in relation to the cast structure. This term, used especially in archaeozoology and archaeobotany, means such structured deposit that cannot be explained in modern functionalist terms. Once again, the assumed oddity of this structure manifests itself in the following features. The location of the Eastern Gate is only 60 meters from the entrance, located at the base of the promontory, in a place that is inconvenient in terms of communication and analogy to the situation found in Hodonia. The location of the Eastern Gate allows the determination of two axes that are approximately consistent with the azimuths of sunrise during the winter and summer solstices. The first phase of use of the gate is associated with the formation of an ash deposit, D12, which is clearly different from the layers associated with buildings and with daily activity, and can be associated with similar structures from southeastern Europe. The gate was decorated with 6 vertically arranged stone slabs, which, due to the shape and size of the two best preserved ones, can be interpreted as anthropomorphic steles. After the end of gate's use, it became the object of aggression that is difficult to explain rationally. Damage to stele, fire, depositing waste, including excrement, within the gate. The assemblage of plant remains from the layers of the gate deviates from the standard for building from the early Bronze Age, appropriate for everyday economic activity. The set of pottery from the Eastern Gate differs from the mixture of all functional groups typical of the remains of the early Bronze Age houses. Among the forms possible to reconstruct, the Eastern Gate provided mainly tableware. And in the vicinity of the Eastern Gate, all three specimens of anthropomorphic art were discovered. Thank you.
Thank you for your work. Now I have the pleasure to invite Joanna Markiewicz to his next lecture about early Iron Age in the Western Carpathians. The stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as we have already discussed yesterday and today, in the past, mountains had a particular strategic importance in terms of economy and communication, and sometimes they were also sacred spheres. The cultural position of these areas was also unique. Mountain ranges could constitute intercultural borders, they could be a meeting point of different traditions, and they could also be the cradle of individual cultural units. Today I would like to focus on the cultural aspect of the mountains, an example of the Western Carpathians in the early Iron Age. I will look at this issue through the prism of the most basic archaeological data, which is pottery. I will try to show that although this kind of source is by no means spectacular, it can reflect very diverse cultural processes. The Western Carpathians in the early Iron Age were on the borderline of drastically different cultural phenomena. In the north, continuously since the late Bronze Age, the Rosatian culture progressed, representing the European tradition of the Ironfield cultures. In the south, in the Great Hungarian Plain, this tradition was disrupted earlier, at the end of the Bronze Age. It seems to have been related to the influx of foreign population groups originating from the steppe zone of Eastern Europe. Local cultural traditions have partly survived in the mountainous outskirts of the Carpathian Basin. In the west, the Hallstatt cultural circle became a powerful new phenomenon, affecting vast areas of Central Europe. In the younger section of the early Iron Age, the development of the Hallstatt culture was somehow disordered on its eastern outskirts, which was caused by events that we conventionally define as the Scythian race. They reached the previously undisturbed areas of the Rosatian culture. More or less at the same time, the entire eastern part of the discussed region, including the Carpathian Basin and the northeastern foreland of the Western Carpathians, was dominated by a specific cultural model associated with the broadly understood first steppe zone of Eastern Europe. Finally, the early Iron Age developmental cycle in this part of Europe closes at the beginning of the Latin period with the expansion of two new cultural phenomena, the Pomeranian culture in the north and the Latin culture in the south. The mountain areas of the Western Carpathians of that time, between north and south and between east and west, are difficult to define culturally. Settlement in the mountain valleys was characterized by its specificity associated with multi-directional stylistic influences. An additional problem is the relatively poor state of research related to the very small number of known, excavated and published sites. Most of them provided rather scarce and poorly preserved pottery materials from settlement contexts, while its cemeteries are very few. For this reason, these areas allude to unambiguous cultural classifications and to prompt researchers to distinguish a number of local taxonomic units. Leaving aside the issues of taxonomy and nomenclature, I decided to investigate the situation in the Western Carpathians in the early Iron Age using the most numerous sources available, which are ceramic vessels. In the face of the aforementioned poor archaeological source base, pottery is the basis for all chronological and cultural findings in the mid-mountain zone. Therefore, rather than trying to assign it to specific cultural units, I decided to characterize the stylistic diversity in this area in order to create a groundwork for further analysis. For the purposes of this analysis, I selected 100 sites from the Western Carpathians and neighboring regions, which provided representative pottery assemblages from the early Iron Age. My goal was to include in the source base well-dated sites representing different cultural traditions, which will be points of reference for the poorer, less well-preserved and more diverse assemblages from the mountains. I chose those sites where early Iron Age materials were discovered in a known context and not, for example, on secondary deposits on a multicultural settlement. Based on the materials from these 100 sites, I distinguished 75 types of vessels with specific features of shape or decoration, which can be considered diagnostic and typical of specific cultural circles. Then, I assigned these types to 15 pottery styles. I understand the concept of a style as a certain tradition of pottery production, including a repetitive set of vessel shapes, as well as techniques and motifs in decoration. At the same time, I treat style as a phenomenon independent of a specific cultural unit, which is also defined by other elements of material culture. Thus, a style may have a larger territorial range and last longer than the cultural unit from which it originates. On the basis of data from the analyzed sites, such as radiocarbon dates or diagnostic metal artifacts, I determined the approximate chronological framework for each style. Based on such a timeline, several stages of stylistic development in the Western Carpathians from the late Bronze Age to the early Latin period can be distinguished. However, it should be emphasized that these stages do not have strict chronological boundaries, and they may have different duration in different microregions. Moving on to the analysis, I described each pottery assemblage from the selected sites, determining the share of individual styles among the diagnostic fragments of vessels. At first glance, you can see that the mountain zone is a place where different traditions mix. Stylistic differentiation of pottery proceeds here both in chronological and regional dimensions. The dynamics of these changes are therefore conditioned on the one hand by geographical factors and on the other by the expansiveness of individual stylistic traditions from neighboring regions. This fact will have important implications for quantitative methods of analysis. In order to capture the potential relationships and trends in the dynamics of stylistic changes in the Western Carpathians, I attempted to perform a classic correspondence analysis based on the frequency of individual styles in the assemblages from selected sites. As expected, it did not bring satisfactory results. The reason for this is that, as I mentioned, the differentiation takes place both in the chronological and spatial aspects, and these processes cannot be grasped in two spatial dimensions. Instead, I performed a network analysis. Its advantage is that it can simultaneously depict chronological, hereditary, and regional connections. The location of individual sites in the center or on the outskirts of the network may partly result from the geographical location in the center or on the outskirts of the analyzed area. It is important, however, that the sites are clearly grouped in clusters corresponding to cultural divisions. These groups are interconnected, which corresponds to inheritance or chronological relationships. Chronological trends are also visible throughout the whole network. In general, the older sites are visible on the left and the younger ones on the right side of the chart. However, numerous branches and the proximity of sites with different chronologies indicate an independent developmental rhythm in individual regions. In order to examine the dynamics of stylistic changes in the mountains, I selected 3 regions that differ geographically and culturally. The Orava and the Dunajec river valleys and the most eastern part of the Western Carpathians with the adjacent part of the Eastern Carpathians. The first area, the Orava river valley, is located in the very center of the Western Carpathians. It is quite a narrow valley limited by relatively high mountain ranges. In the early Iron Age, it constituted a kind of northern extension of the settlement network functioning in the southwestern part of the Western Carpathians. It should be noted, however, that farther north along this route, here, there was quite extensive uninhabited land, and in this sense, the Orava river valley was a kind of a dead end. In a cultural sense, this region is the place of origin of a taxonomic unit called the Orava group, characterized by a specific funeral rite and, what is important in the context of this research, a specific style of pottery production. This specificity is clearly visible in the charts showing the share of the defined styles in the pottery assemblages. They are generally not very diversified and are dominated by types representative of the local early and late Orava styles distinguished in my scheme, which derive from older stylistic traditions with a wider territorial range. This uniformity is also visible in the network analysis. The sites from the Orava Valley are in the bottom left corner of the chart, and they are marked in blue. They are concentrated in one group and show weak stylistic links with other parts of the Western Carpathians. It is significant that they are connected with the sites from the aforementioned settlement acumen in the southwestern outskirts of the Carpathians, although they are clearly separated from them. It seems, therefore, that in stylistic sense, the sites from the Orava river valley are the result of the dominance of a single direction of cultural influence and then of independent local development. The second case is the Dunajec river valley, which has its source in the interior of Western Carpathians and reaches the northern foothills. It encompasses diverse landscape forms, from gentle hills through small mountain basins to steep slopes. It is also a natural communication route, and unlike Orava, it connects the inhabited areas in the northern and southern sides of the Western Carpathians. This opening in both directions contributed to the reception of diversified cultural influences. Inventories from this region represent almost all of the defined styles. However, they are not equally represented in all sites. On the contrary, there are drastic differences between the individual pottery assemblages, especially in the southern mid-mountainous part of the valley. These variations seem to go beyond chronological differences. The network analysis shows that the sites from the Dunajec river valley are considerably dispersed throughout the chart. Several clusters can be distinguished, which are not connected by any direct links of a high degree of correlation. It seems, therefore, that in this case we are not observing a continuous stylistic development, which would be a manifestation of local settlement and cultural stability, but rather a series of several independent and rather short-lived settlement episodes related to different directions of influence. The third analyzed region is the eastern part of the Western Carpathians, with the adjacent part of Eastern Carpathians. It is characterized by the most gentle relief of the terrain. This zone is crossed by numerous rivers, connecting upland areas with inhabited areas in the foothills and on the plains. It is therefore the most open region and offers a number of crossings along the north-south axis. Stylistically, this zone is more homogeneous than the Dunajec river valley. Three of the marked styles are represented at only the two westernmost sides, which noticeably stand out from the rest of the region. However, the explanation of the phenomenon would require a longer discussion, so it will be omitted from this presentation. The remaining sites, in the stylistic sense, occupy the same intermediate position as in geographical terms. Generally, they share a common main stylistic component, with the sites in the north more similar to the region north of the Carpathians, and those in the south to the southern one. The network analysis shows that these sites are not grouped as evidently as those in the Orawa River Valley, but they are also not as dispersed as those in the Dunajec Valley. Generally, they occupy an intermediate position between the clusters of sites in the southern and northern slopes of the Western Carpathians. Only one site, which represents the youngest settlement episode, in this region is distinctly separated. Therefore, in the case of the eastern part of the Western Carpathians, it is more likely that we can speak of a certain settlement stability and at the same time of constant stylistic dependence on two main directions of influence. Summing up, in the Western Carpathians, in the early Iron Age, we can recognize three different models of local cultural development, which are reflected in the dynamics of stylistic transformations of pottery. Closed, narrow mountain valleys favor continuous, independent cultural development, visible in stylistic homogeneity. In the valleys of particular importance for communication, settlement centers representing various cultural traditions may more often emerge and disappear. This is manifested in the co-occurrence of pottery assemblages with drastically different stylistic compositions. In zones with a gentle open relief, we can observe a constant interpenetration of cultural trends flowing from the neighboring regions. Stylistic differentiation in such zones takes the form of a gradient distribution. It is worth emphasizing that these models can coexist and function in microregions only several dozen kilometers apart. Finally, I would like to point out some of the main observations and questions that emerged from my presentation today. Firstly, detailed analyses of the basic archaeological source, which is pottery, may contribute to a better understanding of past cultural processes, even when we rely on relatively scarce, poorly preserved materials from settlement sites. Secondly, the rhythm of cultural development in mountain zones may be different in closely adjacent microregions, such as valleys or basins. And thirdly, as a postulate for further research, the question of whether and to what extent the models of stylistic and cultural dynamics observed in the Western Carpathians in the early Iron Age can be applied to other mountains and periods. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now we will move to the Roman period and to the South City. Please the team of Jan Pulas, Magdalena Końska-Pulas and Mirosław Czosudek to present the presentation.
We are traveling in time. We will concentrate on the Roman period and the topic of the organization of the settlements in actually the same region that Asha was describing in her third region. It is the same area. So we are in the, of course, this one. We are in the southeastern part of Poland, around this place, in this region, which is characterized by connection of a few macro-regions, a few different mountain and uphill ranges that are characterized by kind of parallel layout. Asha described this region as an open and kind of mildly shaped region. On the one hand, you can look on it that way, especially in comparison to other parts of the Carpathians. However, let's remember that there are also some steep slopes and some mildly steep slopes, so it is still quite rough terrain in comparison to, of course, regions located to the north of place we are talking about. Here on the film you can see exactly how this landscape looks like. It is the area of Sanok. So this is the view on the Salt mountains. To the south, of course, there are somewhere there are Gishadil, there is the city of Sanok, and in this landscape we will discuss settlements from dating to the Roman period. What do we actually know right now, thanks to the previous research in the region? Thanks to the intensive fieldwork surveys conducted here by the researchers, we have quite good knowledge about the localization of the different settlements, which is very helpful in the analysis. So you can see how dense actually settlement is in this region. And thanks to that research, we know that there are settlements located quite high on the mountains and on the hills. Sometimes almost on the mountain tops as well. However, there are also settlements located in the lower parts of the hills and mountains, like the settlement that we will concentrate today on, the settlement in San 5960, which is located quite close to the small stream, which is a tributary of the San River. But there are also settlements located very low in the landscape, in the river valleys, like the settlement in Lesko, which is interesting also because of the results that for the first time gave a kind of impression that on the settlements there are a kind of farm structures, so the post buildings that can create a kind of entities that we can interpret as separate farms. However, it is important to underline that it was the only bigger scale excavation for many years in the region. So let's say there was a kind of lack of comparative results. There are also other excavations, very important ones, which gave us insight into the different kinds of features discovered on the settlements. There are kind of habitual objects like pit houses and dwellings, but there are also zones with hearths which are difficult to interpret. However, it all led the researchers to state that there are kind of divisions on the settlements from the Roman period. Here is a summary of our kind of state of knowledge up to date. It is important to underline that still we lack the publications. Right now there is some researches and exhibitions on the larger scale. However, up to date we really lack the bigger scale data that would allow us to really comprehend how those settlements functioned and what was the functional relation between the different parts of the settlements. In that regard, it is always important to remember scarce literature sources that give us at least some information about how those settlements could have looked like at the time. So here, the quote from Tacitus. And now we jump in right now with this larger scale data. Thanks to the investment projects, now we are lucky enough to have the data that allow us to elaborate a little bit more about how those sites functioned and what kind of structures actually there are on the settlements. This is the place of the excavation of the site 5960 in Sanok, which is up to date the largest excavated area of the Roman period settlement in the Polish Carpathians. Of course, it is not the largest Roman period settlement, it is just the largest excavated area of the Roman period settlement, so it is important to remember that. What was discovered? As you can see, quite numerous objects, mostly postholes, which which creates a very puzzling picture that we will discuss later on. However, also other kinds of features, pits, clay pits, pottery kilns, furnaces, so various features of various functions that allow us to think and a little bit elaborate more about the construction of the settlement. Just to give you a few basic information about the settlement itself, it's dated to the between 3rd and 5th century AD. We know that thanks to the analysis of the pottery and of the few metal finds. Among them, I would like you to pay attention to this small bronze fragment. It's already published, a fragment of the very rare find north of the Carpathians, a fragment of the Haltun, which very nicely shows us that the settlement was functioning in the migration period. Here you can see the plan of the site, and instantly I'd like you to notice that there are some groupings of the objects on the site. Also quite substantial clay pits, which are kind of connected with those groupings of features, consisting, as you can see, mostly of the post holes. So those are, of course, post structures. To elaborate a little bit about the difficulties that stand upon us, of course, things that Professor Valdenovak mentioned yesterday, so the terrain relief, the erosion of the sites, in that kind of scale of, it is a scale of around 3.5 hectares of the site, so in that scale we also have to take into consideration what is missing from our picture and what could have been and what is not, and especially in the so here you can see the difference of the height of different parts of the settlement. So it really is on the slope. So when you imagine a village in here, you have to see it on the slope of the hill on the slope of the hill. But let's begin from describing the less numerous features that were discovered on the site, but that contributes a lot to the organization of the site. Here you can see the objects connected with they are the wells, a place that were the water sources for the settlement, and as you can see, they are located in the middle or in between of those post structures. So it seems that maybe it was a kind of common area that were used by the inhabitants or the users of those different zones of the settlement. Unfortunately, the wells were not very well preserved, but still recognizable. There was also one rhetoric connected with the processing of lime. Most probably it was located in a separate zone of the site, not close to those wells. Okay, so rhetoric was located in here. Unfortunately, in the border of the settlement, so we don't know if there were a kind of grouping of that kind of features and features connected with the processing of lime. It's the only one on the site. And the other already mentioned type of the feature discovered in the settlement were the rectangular hairs, very typical and characteristic for the settlements of that period, and the same as on many other sites, and the same as in Bakashufta, they created the gatherings. But interestingly, they are, as you can see, kind of connected, or they are situated close to those post-structure groupings. So it seems there is a kind of functional connection between those ones. And the last type of features were the pottery kilns, only 2 discovered on the site, and they also were located in the specific zone here in the northern part of the site, close to one of those post-structure groupings. They were unfortunately quite badly preserved, but still produced some pottery finds that are today them to the late Roman period. And now let's go to the most complicated subject of them all. When we think about the reconstruction of the buildings and of the settlements from that period of time, so the post structures, which really creates a very complicated picture. And sometimes it's quite easy, of course, to connect the dots, but it's not that easy after all. We have to remember those limitations that I already mentioned, but also the limitations that we have to keep in mind, so that the fact that buildings were built out of wood and clay, and they are not so easy as the stone buildings quite often need to interpret. And we have to always remember that there could have been buildings that didn't left any traces. So again, the comparison of the heights, what we think was the possibly one building, one structure, you can see that there is quite a significant height level between one and the other end of the building, which is not so strange in the mountainous regions. It is those pictures aims to just to show you that in the mountainous regions the building solutions are oftenly, I would say, innovative, or they aim to finish the house, but still there are possibilities of creating the posts that will not leave any traces in the archaeological record. And we have to keep it in mind. Those are the houses from the 15th and 16th century from Scandinavia and the Alpine region, and basically people that had the same conditions of building as the people in history. So we start with a humble quote from Socrates. We know that we know nothing, but still we try to kind of make a sense out of it, even if the result is always debatable. We understand that it is a kind of scientific guess that we try to do. So what we really think is that those post structures are actually those farmsteads that were proposed in the interpretation of Lesko. It really makes sense in the spatial relation, and it also makes sense together with the other findings from the site. So the bone find supports the idea that it was a place where a place of farming and animal husbandry, primarily probably cattle. So the perfect farmstead, it's a quote, of course, consists of different houses, and it's actually the same for many different chronologies. You need a space for a house, you need a space for sheep, you need a place for living. So quite often so those are the types of buildings that we look for. Sometimes it's really easy, sometimes the structures are easy to interpret. Like, for example, along those structures, there are at least 70 few structures on the site in general. They can be divided differently. So this is the easy example, probably example of the posted warehouse, but there are more difficult in interpretation. Especially that we have to keep in mind that even if the settlement is not very longly inhabited, only probably around 150 to 100 something years, there could have been changes in the layout and the houses, but we do not have that information in the posts that do not provide any dating evidence. So the analysis of the profiles of the post doesn't really help a lot. It's not so easy as in many other examples that you have structural posts which are larger, bigger, deeper. It's not the case in here. So again, we are humble, and we know that our archaeological record is not perfect, especially that we have also to take account that those large-scale excavations quite often they take place in a very difficult conditions, weather conditions. The settlement actually was excavated in winter time, so Professor Waldenowak yesterday also said that sometimes distinguishing the features on the site is difficult, so if we are lacking one or two posts, we are accepting that it might be a fault of the excavators or those posts that maybe was not situated in the ground itself. So there is just a kind of artistic vision of how those buildings of the settlement would have looked like, the warehouses, the places for keeping the livestock, the sizes of those buildings are basically supporting that kind of reconstruction. Of course, we don't know, based on the plans, if the buildings were single-floor buildings or they were multi-floor buildings, but I think it is still important to keep that possibility of the larger, higher buildings in mind, especially that when we look on the mountainous architecture from many different chronologies, there were multi-floor buildings, so sometimes we oversimplify or overcomplicate the picture, but still those clay pits support the idea that the walls were covered with clay. It is consistent with the quote from Tacitus, it is consistent with the archaeological record from many other sites that we have imprints of wall structures in the Alps, so it is safe to imagine those houses a little bit like that. This is how the general plan of that kind of farmstead could have looked like. And ladies and gentlemen, it seems that the patterns are quite similar. And as I said, the farmsteads, farmsteads and mountain areas looks quite the same in Latin period. It looks quite the same in Roman period, it seems. And just as a kind of how can I say it, food for our imagination, we can still look on the modern, but still sometimes a few hundred years old farmsteads in mountainous regions, which basically consist the buildings of the same sizes, same structures. So that is just to help us understand those structures. Of course, it's not one-to-one connection or analogy. So to conclude our first presentation, I would like to say that we know quite a lot about the geography of those sites. We need much more information and comparative material from the other sites, because, as I said, it is actually the only settlement of that scale in that region that was already partially published. So we do not have nothing to compare with, and that would be really nice to have. And that would help to answer the questions that you can see on the slide. And I think I already said what is on this slide, so with this I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. For a second I will take the microphone and invite you to the second lecture about Wroczeń, the Nauka Mountain, the team of Jan Bulas, Piotr Kotowicz and Magdalena Polska-Bulas.
Thank you very much and welcome everybody. Again, I'm a bit sorry that I'm consuming so much time on the conference. Actually, probably it would be better if our colleague from Zakopanem Museum would have this lecture instead of me, as he is a person who actually stands behind all of our actions in the area of Wroczeń Mountain. But yeah, let's go to the topic. Wroczeń Mountain is a very interesting place, both in landscape and both in our archaeological record. So, actually, I think you can remember the things that I said in the previous presentation. We are in the same region, on the borders of the Salt Mountains, the Gowa hills, North hills, and usually the mountains in here are in the shape of kind of parallel ranges, and it's very unusual to have a mountain that is actually a kind of standout, singular mountain, very important landmark in the landscape. So this is how the mountain looks like from different parts, from different sides. So as you can see, it is eye-catching place. This is how it looks in the video. Here you can see a little bit better how it stands out in the landscape. It's really well visible from the so from this lowland, and definitely was a magnet, a kind of magnet for the people in different periods of time in the past. We have some historical records that mention the mountain already. In the 15th century, the records mainly says about the division of land in here between different villages surrounding the mountain. We have information about summoning the building of the border mound in here. There are also some informations about healthy sulfur springs that were used by the local people for healthy baths. There are also even some legends related to the mountains, but they are basically oral history that is very important sometimes for the local citizens. And as you can see, the region is filled with archaeological sites. The dots, as people, the dots represent, of course, the different sites. But as people who are dealing with the mountains, you understand that sometimes the dot represents the site which is actually much larger, and because of the erosion and of the stratigraphy in the mountains, we do not have a good representation of the size of the sites. Unfortunately, the mountain, as it was a magnet for people in prehistory, it is a magnet for people still today. Unfortunately for us, it is a big magnet for the illegally working metal detectorists. Fortunately for us, Piotr Petrovich, who works in the local museum, has a really good, I would say, mindset and workflow of retrieving information and sometimes finds. And in the years, he managed to transform the local society of the metal detectorists that right now, in majority, work in a legal manner and cooperate with the museum. However, the beginning of that cooperation was not so perfect, but still, it was possible to retrieve finds from many different periods of time. However, what is really eye-catching are the deposits from the Bronze Age, which, especially Bronze Age specialists know, there is quite a lot of them right now discovered in the mountains. And the cooperation of Piotr and Sanok really created the environment to bring those finds to light. Unfortunately, there is not enough of other finds, but the finds from Mount Wrocław are not very, I would say, those are not singular examples in that region. There are more Bronze Age deposits around Mount Wrocław, and that is something that I would like to remember for the later of the presentation. The deposits were found basically very high on the mountain, almost on the mountain top. However, there are also finds that are discovered on the lower parts of the mountain, quite easy to see that they have kind of symbolic value, as it's hard to imagine how those miniature sickles were kind of used in that environment. Of course, golden wires, unfortunately, they are not in our hands. There are also some stray finds, single stray finds that testify the activities on the mountains, like a fossil figure, the Iron Age brooch found on the mountain. So it seems that for those Bronze Age and early Iron Age societies, the mountain was a place of kind of ritual activities, or definitely for depositing metal objects. And interestingly, it's also, of course, connected with the settlements around the finds from the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age are well. We know quite a lot of them around the mountain. But interestingly, that kind of activities of depositing metal objects continues in time, and from the Latin period we again have the metal deposits. Here you can see the interesting iron tool deposits from the Latin period and the bracelets dated roughly to the same time, and another deposit of horse harnesses and other agricultural tools, iron tools found a little bit lower, but still again on the western part of the mountain. Again, the time passes, but still the mountain keeps to be important for the local societies, it seems. However, maybe it changes a little bit. The people use it a little bit differently. You already saw the settlement from Pakoszówka, site 1, which is nearby the site that I will describe right now. So the graveyard from the Roman period burial ground, a very interesting one, which is actually located quite low in the forest on the hill of the mountain. Luckily, we were able to excavate what we think is all of the site. There were some limitations because of the trees, but the area that were available for us were excavated. You can see the plan of the graves here. What is important and interesting about the site is that it consisted only 10 graves, and 5 of them were very richly furnished with metal finds and with weaponry. So 5 of them were warrior graves, and actually the first, I will show you only the highlights of the graveyard as the site itself can be a subject of completely another presentation. So here only highlights that relates to the importance of the Wrocław mountain. The grave first grave was actually a double warrior grave that consisted two swords, 4 spearheads, 2 fragments of 2 shields, metal parts of 2 shields, spurs, knives, and buckles, brooches, metal parts of the clothing, and one of the most interesting and puzzling finds from the grave, a metal object that we have a hypothesis that it was a piece, a kind of cooking utensil. But it's only a hypothesis. There are also finds testifying the connection of the local societies with the Roman world. It was a seal box. But let's go forward to the other graves with weaponry. So, as you can see, really richly furnished graves for really small burial ground. Again, unfortunately, the site was a bit destroyed by the metal detectorists. Here is the example of the grave, which was almost fully dug out by the metal detectorists. Only the last layer in here was preserved, but still, luckily, the rubber left us parts of the sword and some other metal pieces that allowed us to understand the chronology and in the structure of the grave. One of the most flashing finds from the site is unfortunately a single find, stray find lying outside of the graves, abandoned of quite unusual shape. Here in Zakopanem, I think the shape can remind you something, connected with some milk industry. Of course, but who knows? So all of that adds to the importance of the site and the burial ground, which, thanks to some of the stray finds, for example, this brooch actually is younger than all of the graves discovered on the site, so maybe the site was still visited by local population in later periods. There are some finds that may suggest that the mountain was a place of depositing metal objects also in the Roman period. There are two spearheads. Unfortunately, the dating of them is not so certain. And again, we don't have a really good context for that find. So it is a question mark in here if that tradition of depositing metal objects continued in time. To understand the mountain, of course, it would be very interesting and important to understand the sites surrounding the mountain. We have quite good knowledge about the site that Professor Zakopanem excavated in Pakruszówka. However, there are other sites that we know less about. However, thanks to the so this is the excavation of Pakruszówka. You already saw that. But thanks to the investment projects, we have a small insights into the smaller sites of the region. The building of the gas pipe allowed us to analyze the material from 3 sites from the Roman period. Unfortunately, very scarce material from site situated most closely to the graveyard. Only a few fragments, no really interesting structures. More interesting pottery material from site in Pakruszówka 3. However, again, not really a lot of structures, but still testifying for the density of the settlement zone in the region, and famous rectangular hearths again inside of Strachocina. So we decided, with all of the data, we decided to conduct further field surveys using the metal detector, also inviting the local metal detectors to work with us on the mountain Wrocław. We were able to conduct 2 that kind of field surveys, and we managed to survey quite a substantial part of the mountain. We hope to find more of those deposits from different periods, from different chronologies. Unfortunately, I must say it was kind of unsuccessful. It is an ongoing process. We hope to expand our prospection. It is a mountain forested area, so very difficult for conducting those prospections. We found mostly modern items, some medieval ones, maybe most interesting. Again, the sickles very high in the mountain, but not really nothing interesting for the prehistoric studies. So, to conclude the presentation, I think it is safe to actually ask some questions. Ask the question about the role of the Wrocław mountain for the local societies. And here again, the question is if the mountains in general were a place of sacred activities and depositing the metal objects, because maybe our stage of research and our concentration of mountain Wrocław is a little bit deceiving us. So there is definitely more work to do in that regard. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very interesting session. And now I will be opening the discussion. Please, who has a question for the first lecture of the Zimbabwe team?
First of all, congratulations on the results. Very important and very impressive. Congratulations again. I have two questions. You show a lot of similarities to the cycles Southern Europe. First of all, to the Macedonia. There are many similarities. Some of them refer to the entrance to the site, to the gates. Very complicated, very complex construction of the gates. Similar in Macedonia. But in Macedonia, in one of the gates, I don't remember which one, there were five small chambers, stone chambers, and at least one of them, human remains were found. Robert Hoffman, who, as a student excavating this place, told me that it was really hard experience because of very small space and temperature. So my question is, did you find a similar place near some entrance to the Maszkowica? And the second question, near the one entrance to the Macedonia is located near the more than 30-meter deep natural hole outside the Macedonia, and this hole played a very important role without doubt. There are hole openings. And my question is, did you find some place near the entrance to Maszkowica? I don't ask about the hole, 30 meter deep, but a place used, for example, for offering. Maybe you told about this and I lost this information. Sorry, could you explain? Thank you very much.
So first question, of course, Macedonia were discovered within the main northern, southern gate of the outer wall. And this is not an exception because also in other places in southeastern Europe they were found areas within the fortification systems. Unfortunately, we haven't. Like this. We hoped that we will find some chambers with bones within the complex of another gate, which is this main one, as we think. We are trying to find some burial place around the site. Still, we did a lot of geophysics, drills, but any result as for now. So we have anybody else from the early Bronze Age. As regards the second question, in fact we have shown this during our presentation. So there is a kind of similarity because similarity to the case of Macedonia, down to the western gate was a cave with some traces of ritual activities. We have also found a very unusual structure, rectangular pit located 5 meters down to the eastern gate. It was filled with remains like animal bones and pieces of water, traces of vermin. And two anthropomorphic figurines were found in it. So maybe it can be regarded somehow as kind of analogy to this situation.
So, thank you very much. Congratulations again.
Any other questions? I don't see. So who has the questions? So this is Mankiewicz for very scientific, strict, statistical lecture. I liked it very much. Okay. So let's go to the Sanok team. Who has the question? Sons. And
Sir Clement, Sanok is first settlement would discover. This is first settlement in late Roman period version. For example, distinctions farms und in the landscape of the eastern part of Polish Carpathians, the Wroczeń mountain region is special. As it was said in the lecture, is settlement from Bronze Age, Latin and Roman period. Our contacts with Celtic world means Celtic world contact with the Roman and Danubian province. I think that Wroczeń mountain was very important point in the landscape of the eastern part of Polish Carpathians.
Thank you very much. Anybody wants to ask about Sanok? And now the last lecture about Wroczeń Mountain. Do you have any questions? Perfect lectures. So, thank you very much, and please.
Thank you for the session. We have organizing announcement. There will be three. First, our lunch is going to be ready about 1 p.m. So we've got 1 hour. During this time, we can visit all the exhibition of the museum. They are free for us. And we would like to invite you to the common photography in the front of the building, outside, okay, if it would be possible. I think right now it would be the best idea. And we can meet about 15 to 1 to go together to the Wnuk, or you can go individual if you would like. The address is Kościeliska 8, Wnuk, restaurant Wnuk. This is the oldest restaurant in Zakopanem from 1870, I think, and still works.
Jeszcze jedna rzecz. Kiedy wracamy i rozpoczynamy kolejną sesję?
Yes, and I think we will be together, but the next session starts at 10 past 2 p.m. 10 past 2 p.m. Thank you. And let's meet outside of the building.
Zapraszamy.
A z ręki to będzie w ogóle do dupy, bo zawsze się wszyscy trzęsą.
Ja się boję takiej.
Takich rzeczy
To
się
jest
boję.
jakiś certyfikat.
Dysponujemy? Chyba tak.
A to coś? Nie. Jest jeszcze jakiś.
Statyw? O. A rządźcie, rządź.
Wydaje się, że łatwiej niż...
Znaczy ten już bym miał w sumie, ale lepiej nie zmieniać. Nie, właśnie już to przykręciłem.
Wszystko nie zepsują, ale jak to jest drugi, to są
I będzie trzeba podpisać order i 100 osób. Zdjęcie na tę stronę i podpis na tę stronę. Czy byłby pan profesor tak miły i powiedział o kończącej jakieś podziękowanie. No bardziej mamy magistrzy jeszcze. Nie wiem, żeby ludzie nic pewnie nie kończyć.
No ale kiedy to musi nastąpić?
No, po tej sesji
pojednej, to będzie dalej od tej czwartej,
tak? Tak, myślę, że sterowanie jest zagrożone z następność, więc to już będzie różniejsza.
Czyli po ostatniej sesji normalnej już jest posterowane. Wydaje się, że wtedy. No bo po tej sesji posterowane myślałem, że to dziecko mówi, że
Mówię, powiedziała, że wyobrazić, że tata wyjdę z tego wszystkiego, nie chciałem być, ale to 5 minut jest to postoją autobusy.
Autobusy niestety stoją w tym karmieniu. No, 40 minut.
Nie, to jest dramat. Dziękuję bardzo panu.
Ja też, no to i uważam, że jest priorytetna konferencja.
Bardzo fajnie.
Co można powiedzieć?
Chciałbym, że panu bardzo dziękuję wszystkim pięknie. Cześć,
Dobrze, no proszę Państwa, nie wiem co... Niech się też jest, to jest też jutro też mam przecież i dojechać i to tak ciągle skakuje z komfortem. Nie chcę tak aż tam. To nie chciałem też dzisiaj mówić, no, ale myślę, że... Ale to ja bym tego nie powiedział. Te slajdy nie tam niektóre zaskakiwały. No tak, były takie szerokie chwile. Systemem Wojcińskiego, czy to na chwilę tak... Ale przy tym bym akurat może coś powiedział, ale na przykład zdjęcie to z Lodziejewskiej jeszcze właśnie powstale i Tatry, ale tak... No bo ona jest film. No bo to kiedyś nie wzięłeś było, to ja to prezentację też nie widziałem, ale co tak. Tak. To fragmenty były, dobrze, no to nie, dobrze, to ja oczywiście powiem, to jasne, że znaczy ja może powinienem, niezależnie od tego, można powiedzieć, podziękować, ale ja już dziękowałem za występy, bo to jeszcze mam Muzeum Tatrzańskiego też dziękować, ja wiem.
Wszystkie pan profesor.
Dobrze, to może to ja oczywiście powiem, jasne, ale...
Czy drugi zamknięty jakby? Czy mogę zostawić tutaj aparat, czy lepiej? A te też...
A jest tu jest Wiki jeszcze, na jest też hasło,
inne 1, 2, 3.
bo jeszcze myślałem, że jest ta konferencja Wiki Szanowna i Łódzka, tam mam sesję, ja nie pojadę oczywiście, ale my dzisiaj... Nie, to jest tak komunikacyjnie. Tak, funkcja połączenia przez cały rok, to już nie. Pani Kasiu, dobrze, to już rzucam to, to jest resztę wszystko. Jeszcze wchodzimy w tym polskiego planu. O tym 29, bo nie wiem, może to też nie pojechać.
Ja mogę osobiście...
Na Rzęce.
Panie profesorze, przyjmuję
Bardzo co, zresztą, że w uniwersytecie tam ciężkie spotkania. No, także wolałbym może nie chyba, no nie muszę tego chyba. Ja też pamiętam, że myśmy tu chodziło tylko o to, żeby było moje pismo, czy tylko gotowe, że przyjęte i prośba do Rady, jest to moje pismo, data tam jest zdaje się już zmieniona, albo nie, jeśli nie, to trzeba będzie zmienić datę i cała jego treść jest dobra. Tylko nie ma chyba pisma, że przyjął, to osobne do Pani Ministerstwa, prawda?
Tak, ja w tym tygodniu wydrukuję pracę.
Ale do mnie proszę już nie posyłać, nic się nie motywować, szkoda czasu, bo to już... Nie, dobrze, dziękuję. Proszę się skupić na tym, żeby odprawić, żeby Beaty było na czas, ale recenzenci mają na to wszystko czas.
To ja w tym tygodniu z Panią wracam, to wszystko
Tak jest. Ona jest
Jeszcze
szczęśliwa.
trochę następnie, ale tak.
Tak, ja do niej też zadzwonię, bo jeszcze zapytam ją może w poniedziałek, wtorek, co odpowiedzieli wszyscy członkowie komisji, bo jak tam są jakieś zacięcia, to wtedy ja do nich też dodzwonię.
Panie profesorze, bardzo dziękuję.
Świetna konferencja, była bardzo naprawdę udana.
Duże.
Bardzo udana.
Bardzo duże.
Znakomite.
W międzyczasie.
Znaczy na wydziale, ale nie u was.
Będzie nie na archeologii.
Idę na Wydział Filozofii, będę gościem, który będzie pisał i koordynował grant.
Czyli takie
Techniczne bardziej.
odpowiedzialne, techniczne, ale takie
Wiesz co robiłem w Jaju? Więc ja będę potem z Malikiem, że jak zrobię doktorat, to dostanę w instytucie. Ale po prostu się wybrał. Powiedział, że
ja słyszałem, że są problemy. W sensie różne, że
no to tragiczne są problemy. Ale już nie będę tam. Wiesz, no, na stanowisku administracyjnym z pensją panowską i musiałem uciec stamtąd. W Wydziale Filozofii akurat była rekrutacja, więc sobie tam wysłałem. Wzięli mnie na filozofię, koordynatora do gramy.
pytałem, czy myślałem, że właśnie gdzieś może przejść w projekcie. Znaczy...
Nie. Normalnie na etat taki administracyjny do pisania gram. Ja się tym zajmowałem 10 lat w instytucie. Nie? Fundację Instytutu prowadzę, tam też mamy już tych gram tyle, że ciężko to zacząć ogarniać. Nie? Bo to i NID-owskie, jakieś tam Ministerstwa Nauki, jakieś, wiesz, NBP teraz na przykład nam dało pieniądze na książki o monetach i różne tego typu rzeczy. Więc sobie archeologię robię przez fundację, a z czegoś trzeba żyć jeszcze, nie? Lat tam pracowałem, wiesz, 14 lat, nie wiem, 2 lata temu. Półtora roku. Przekonany, że wiesz, wszystko jest ugotowane, że dyrektor nie mam tu zewnątrz. Koniec. No to nie. No, ale cóż,
nie da się. Nie da się i też nie warto. No i
A to być może uwierzę, to może sobie
Albo niech pan spróbuje śmieć na że jeszcze zapisać PDF-a i wygrać, może to podziała.
Ja właśnie nie wiem, czy to
Bo na swoim komputerze będzie miał pan cały. Niech pan spróbuje. Nie, normalnie tutaj pan da plik, zapisz jako i się daje opcję, no tam wszystko jedno, powiedzmy, że tam i tutaj tak,
No i zaczęliśmy to kopać, jak byłem pewien, że to jest tutaj właśnie, że mamy wszystko działa.
Znaczy ten już bym miał w sumie, ale lepiej.
Wiesz co, raczej mnie się dało, nie jest jakiś muszę się przejść. Nie, ja przejdę za wiele. Na pewno. Jeszcze się nie... Dobra, to jest
na niego
jest tu kilka.
Nie wiem tego panu bo to jest nie pasuje.
To już.
Yes, well, the analysis itself not so much, but actually just looking at the previous slides. Yes, but what I expected.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, good afternoon. We have a very busy dinner. Please don't sleep, because we must continue the session number 5. And the first paper will be given by Krzysztof Jaworski, Ewa Lisowska, Aleksandra Pankiewicz, students in the early Middle Ages. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will talk about the early Middle Ages. Next, please.
Ja do przodu.
So that is some of the areas behind the upper basin of the Odra River in the east, and the upper basin of the Alder River on the west. And they are not homogeneous geographical because they contain about 30 different regions and also the foothills in the Polish side, and the Czech side, and the German side. And the Sudetes are divided into the western part, the middle part, and the western part, middle part, and eastern part. The researchers in Sudetes started before the Second World War, and was started by the researchers of Gerard Bousseau, who you can see in the pictures, and Max Hinrich, who elaborated first like a description of the stone continent in all the parts of Silesia. Which was Gespen and Martinian, who discovered some settlement in the area of Sudetes. And after the Second World War, the researchers in Sudetes will continue by Polish, Czech, and German researchers. But in the Polish part, it was mainly focused on the most important sites in the region. For example, in the site Ślęża, near the Mount Ślęża, and here you can see the excavations of sculptures near Ślęża Mountains, the famous sculptures, and also the sites known from the written sources, like for example Niemcza, the stronghold which was mentioned for the first time in the written sources in 10th century. Another research of this time focused on research on so-called tribes, and the tradition of research of the tribes is very, very long, because firstly it was tried to be reconstructed by the written sources, and it was reconstructed mainly by two written sources, so-called Bavarian geographer dated to the 9th century, and so-called draft document dated to the late 11th century. But after the Second World War, the researchers tried to reconstruct also the range of so-called tribes using archaeological methods, and then try to research on settlement structures, on the forms of the stronghold, on funeral rites, and also on material culture, of course. And one of the researchers who focused on this theme was Jerzy Lodowski, and the other one from the Czech researchers was Rudolf Turek. And nowadays this methodology seems a little bit old-fashioned for us, maybe even a little bit funny for us. But in fact, the research on the tribes is still continuing somehow, but in different methods, because now we concentrate more on research on the micro regions and material culture as well, and the trade routes. The trade routes is a very important point of the research of Sudety Mountains, because as a border region through the Sudetenland past many roads in early medieval, and we have imports there from many sides, from the west, from the east, from the north, and from the south. And those items are found for many reasons and were lost for many reasons. One of the reasons was, of course, the trade routes and this border position of Sudety. The other reasons is that we assume that even some bigger groups of people from the other regions came to Sudety, and the excellent example of that is the site in Gilów, in Strzelińskie foothills, which was probably inhabited by people from the different regions, from so-called Moravian cultural circles, maybe from Moravia, maybe from Czech, maybe even from another region, we don't know exactly. But the fact is that the material culture of Gilów is quite different than the other material culture in the near side. The other reason that we have so many imports in this area is that probably they were redistributed for the bigger centers from the lowland, and the other reasons was that they were probably lost during the war. That's why maybe there are so many weapons there. And another theme that we focus now, according to the roads and according to the trades, are roads near Sudety, I mean the passes, and on this map you can see some places that were probably used in the early Middle Ages. Most of them are known from the written sources, I mentioned the written sources, but for the late medieval time and even later time, but they are confirmed by some early medieval finds, inputs, as I showed you before, and many different finds, so we can assume that they were also used in the early medieval time. The nowadays research also concern many different journal examinations, like for example petrographic examinations, which include the composition of the pottery, the temperature of the firing, and the other aspects, and for example palynological and botanical studies from the clay, from the samples. And the third important aspect of those studies is also to create the basis of chronology of this area. And now we have the tentative dates from a few sites. For example, from Gilów, Niemcza, and Rzymówka, and the ski routine dates for about 20 other sites from Poland, Czech, and Germany. And the other terms of study is to study items very typical for these regions, like this like this arrowhead-like irons, which concentrate in the area of Sudety, and there is a set of irons from the side field, which I mentioned before, and another bigger set of Silesian bombs from another site in Sudety, from Witostowice, and this set was also chromatography examined, and the examination showed that before hiking to the ground, those bows were preserved by petroleum, so it was intentional thing to do it. And the other thing is cooperation, I mean legal cooperation with detectorists. It's a quite, I would say, natural way of research of nowadays. And from this cooperation we have some very nice examples of weapons, like the sword and eggs from Olickie Mountains. And these finds also show us some relations which we couldn't find in written sources. For example, those signs are near the Homo castles, which is mentioned in the written sources in the first time in the 14th century, much more earlier than we assumed before. Another thing is that when we are looking for the new sites in the mountains, we are not only looking for the strongholds, but only for settlements. And now we know a new settlement complex and the hinterland of the strongholds. Of course, because of the legal detection, we know more and more sites, especially fortified sites, but it's nothing special in the mountain archaeology. And there is one example, the stronghold in Janówka, which we didn't know 2 years ago, and because of the legal detecting, and it is confirmed by excavation that it is an early medieval object. And legal detection is not only for detecting new sites, but also for research of the road grades, like in this example of Początek Valley, when the grades were reconstructed by location of the fortified settlement, location of imports, and the location of the routes that we know from today and that are shown in the early map. I mean early modern age map or the maps of some hundred years. And also the literary detection let us to know much more about our strongholds. For example, what is some kind of a rule for the sites on Sudety. There is some kind of the ramparts that are located near the gates to the stronghold, and probably they were used during the attack from the stronghold, and they didn't let to get to the stronghold, to get to the gate. And in peaceful time, probably they were used as local roads and some types of communications between the stronghold and the settlement in the near side. And we also use some traditional methods like comparing some preferences of settlement, because many early medieval stronghold was discovered during the researches of the late medieval castles. And we have pretty new strongholds like Homole, Gromnik, Wleń, Stary Książ, and so on. And another type of research is also to compare the plans of the strongholds, and we can do it in traditional way and also using lethal detections. And this comparison of the plans show us some connections, cultural connections, but probably also connections between the people. And there is an example of the one stronghold in the Polish part of Sudety, in Kirów, in Niemczeskie foothills, and Trzemiów Marzin in northern Moravia. And the plan of the strongholds is so similar, in fact it's identical. And so we can say that the constructor of the stronghold, maybe they know each other or something like that, or maybe there's not just a transmission of an idea, but also the communication between people. To conclude, the researchers in Sudet include the old and the quite modern methods, and using all those methods all together, we know more and more about this region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And now it's Michał Bajka and his team developing of the Nowy Sącz Castle in the light of the recent interdisciplinary research.
Thank you very much. I would like to provide you a short overview of the installations I was happy to carry out 2 years ago in Nowy Sącz Castle. So I'm here on behalf of the whole team, as you can see, represented by both architecturists, archaeologists, and specialists in archaeology and palynology and botanical studies as well. I would like to show you, this is the 19th century iconographic styles demonstrating depicting the castle in Nowy Sącz. Unfortunately, the castle in shape does not exist until today, but we will go with this in a second. First of all, I am showing this map. This map is demonstrating the track of land, or let me say, track of workmanship in the Middle Ages. As you can see, the whole area is full of dots, documenting strongholds and castles. And the localization of the Protestant castle is very interesting because it is not far away from the border with the Kingdom of Hungary. And this is one of the reasons why the rulers of the castle, and it was a royal castle, which is very important to say, where the castle was developing because it lied at the trade road leading to Hungary. Let's go further. Well, I don't know whether it doesn't work. Maybe I have to switch it off, but not. Okay, if we could go. Here is the localization, topographical localization of the song, because we are discussing here about the song basin, which is at the foothills of Sądecki Western range, so it is very mountainous, let me say, landscape, and I will. I think it will work now. You can see here the plan of the Doskonała castle and the position of the castle in comparison with the town. Because it must be said right at the beginning that this is an urban castle, which is quite atypical in the area of present-day southeastern Poland. The castle was localized on the promontory, which is flanked by two rivers, the Dunajec River and Kamienica stream. You can see here the localization of the castle. The castle occupies the northernmost corner, northernmost part of this promontory, and the town is lying here south from the castle. The beginnings of the castle are debatable because we still don't know how old the oldest phase is. Maybe the future research will answer for this question. But we know that the town in Nowy Sącz was located in 1292. So, according to some scholars, it is very possible to state that almost the whole area is as old as the location of the castle. Here is the aerial view of the castle. You can see here the remains of the curtain wall, remains of the so-called Kowalska Baszta, and the remains, very poor and devastated remains of post-medieval part of the castle. This is the northern part. Here we have Dunajec River, here is Kamienica, and the demolition of the castle is, practically speaking, is quite recent, because it is not a matter of Swedish deluge in the 17th century or some other devastating moments in our past, but it is quite recent. Here is a picture demonstrating how this northern part of the castle looked like before 1945. So at the end of the Second World War, a huge explosion occurred here because the Germans decided to store ammunition here, and the partisans, together with the Soviet soldiers, decided to take some kind of operation here, and they left the huge devastating of this ammunition storage, and the castle now looks, as you can see from here. And I must say that the tower was rebuilt in the 50s of the 20th century, so it's not original in the upper part as well. So that's the very big problems with interpretation and with the plans of the castle. Here you can see the Kowalska Baszta in late 1945. So the large part of the castle was completely devastated. But frankly speaking, we are not left confined with hypotheses, because we've got a very decent planning of the northern part of the castle. Here you can see the promontory. Here is the northern wing of the castle. We've got plans for each floor of the structure documented here in the mostly in the 18th and 19th century, so prior to the explosion of the artillery materials. But we, frankly speaking, do not know what was the development of the castle south from the northern wing, and this is something that raises questions about how the castle was planned. I will not devastate you with providing a lot of information about the castle's history. We say that in the 30s of the 14th century, the castle Sądeczensis, so the castle of Sanders, was firstly mentioned. So we know that already in the first half of the 14th century, the castle existed. We know that in the 15th century, the castle was developing very rapidly. It was a very important meeting place for Ladislau Jagiełło and Kazimierz IV Jagiellończyk. We got a mention about the castle chapel, but as well we have some information about the big fire, huge heavy fires of the castle, which took place probably in the 86th of the 15th century and in 1522. After all, it was reconstructed and reconstructed once again and once again during the post-medieval period. But even due to the fact that in the 17th century it had fallen to the private nobleman hand, it was still formally a royal property. It was still a royal castle in Nowy Sącz. And let me emphasize once again, in the 15th century, the castle it was a key century for development of the castle. We know that Ladislau Jagiełło, the ruler of Poland and Lithuania, had documented the visits to the Nowy Sącz castle. We know that he were here in the several times in the 15th century. We know that it was a meeting place with Sigismund of Luxembourg dynasty, so with Hungarian king. We know that Kazimierz Jagiellończyk, his son, have been here at least once in 1471, and according to the tradition, it was the castle of Nowy Sącz was a meeting place, and it was a place where the kids, large group of kids of Kazimierz Jagiellończyk was taught here by Kalimach and by Jan Długosz. So it was a heyday of the significance of the castle in Nowy Sącz. What about the architectural and archaeological survey? I must say that there were several moments in the history when the castle was documented somehow. The first excavations were rather amateur because they were done by the architectural researcher Zygmunt Gawlik, who did something which is we are not very happy to see such situations that the walls are completely dug out, just around the walls, so the interconnection of layers and walls is sometimes broken. So these were the first examinations, but he noticed something very interesting in this part of the castle, which was completely unknown earlier. Here is the northern part, and here is the rest of the west wing of the castle. This is something which is in the topic on the lecture I'm giving now. The next excavations took place in the 80s of the 20th century. Unfortunately, we don't know nothing about the location of trenches, and some recent excavations made mostly by Bartłomiej Uwański from Konferencja Rozwoju Regionalnego, who undertook several test excavations in recent years. And finally, our excavations. We have decided to document the structure already noted by Zygmunt Gawlik. This is the west wing of the castle. We didn't know completely how to date the structure. According to a plan that Gawlik was given to us, we knew that this structure should be really large. And at first sight, we thought that maybe it is a residential place from the 15th century. We decided to put two trenches here, one in the south part of the western wing, and the second one, trench 2, in the place where two walls were touching each other. As you can see, dimensions of trench are quite large, 6 for 15 meters, and trench 2, 5 for 5 meters. What have we documented? The top two layers were completely disturbed and completely devastated. As you can see, we have discovered plenty of quite modern pipes and so on. We have documented large parts of the devastation made about the castle. This was probably mostly due to the fact that it was a hotel for the workers building the bridge near the castle in the 50s and in the 60s of the 20th century. So the infrastructure of this building was devastated. Everything that was left after 1945. But frankly speaking, we are very happy to see the fragments of walls just emerging from beneath of this garbage and from the devastation. We knew that the walls were very devastated as well, but we decided to excavate, of course, this area. We have decided to sift almost all of the sediments taken out from the castle, and we started to explore. Here's the plan of the ground level. Here we had a secondary profile in the middle part of the trench. Now you can see as it was as a whole. So you see the devastations here. You see the wall made of the sandstone, which is almost 2 meters thick. So it's something suggesting us that this was a large, probably at least 2-story building, and lots of devastations here. What came beneath? Beneath we have decided to, we have observed a stone and brick rubble. As you can see, this is probably all from the collapsed upper part of the walls. And what is very interesting, we have documented plenty of stones with marks of a heavy fire. We have documented bricks dated to the 15th century. But beneath the layer of rubble, we have discovered a top of the cultural, let's say cultural layer, but it is more accurate to say it was a demolition layer that corresponds with the fall of this inner part of the building. Here you can see the top of the cultural layer, and from this moment onward we have decided to put almost every piece of layer as a sample, just for wet sifting and for wet screening. Here you can see the situation at the top of medieval layer. As you can see, we had some problems with parts of walls because the internal parts of some walls were completely devastated by the excavations from the 30s of the 20th century from Darwin, and we were very happy to see something in this territory. This is the layer number 3, and as it was evident for us, this layer, cultural layer, was lying just at the top of the bear. So we can say that the datation of the layer can correspond with this terminus ante clam for the datation of the bear and for the datation of the whole structure. We have documented the walls. As you can see, there were plenty of stone elements with intrusions of very heavy fire here in the upper part of the bear and in the upper part of the wall as well. But as we can see, the wall is very devastated. It was quite interesting for us to discover that the layer, cultural layer, contains thousands of cereal grains which were charred, as you can see from this very picture. So of course the examination of this grains was a job that was done by our specialist from the Institute of Botany from Krakow. Beneath of this layer we have discovered the remains of a floor. It was probably a wooden floor, as you can see from these trenches. It will be more visible on the profile you will see in a second. So we are at the very bottom of the cultural layer inside of the building. Here you can see the profile. This is this note, the profile of the trench, most illustrative for us. Here we can see the wall, here we can see the next wall, but unfortunately this stratigraphic sequence is completely demolished. And this is the position of this cultural layer, which we took as a sample for the sifting. And at the very bottom of this layer we see a charred part, lots of charred wood, of course, charcoals, lots of daub, and of course plenty of artifacts as well. You can see the bottom of this lab. Frankly speaking, it was very happy to discover a large part of charred wood in this very corner of the inner part of the building. We have decided to try whether it is possible to obtain a dendrochronological dating from this sample. We have made, it was made by Professor Kronquist from Laboratory of Krakow. We have produced dendrochronological dating combined with radiocarbon dating, and according to the proposals of Professor Kronquist, it is most possible that the wall existed after the let's say, turn of the 15th century. And so it is something that seems proposal. The wood was made of, this was an oak wood, and it probably served as a part of this floor, of course, as we know from the other parts of the same structure. What about the assemblage discovered here in this layer? Everything is post-medieval. We can see here the rim fragments of the posts dated to the, let's say, 14th, maybe the 15th century, mostly because we can see some progressive elements in the inventory, like documented traces of a speed wheel-made pottery. So, according to our hypothesis, our point of view, this is a 15th century assemblage, maybe from the early 16th century, as well as documented by some profiles, some rims. Of course, we have found 3 coins, so-called Jagiellonian denars, minted in the time of Władysław Warneńczyk and Kazimierz Jagiellon, and some small metal artifacts as well. We have discovered something which is very unusual and very interesting. This is a beaker, as you can see, made of iron-rich clay. As far as we know, it has only one analogy in the Wawel, Royal Castle in Wawel in Krakow. It was a type 4, but unfortunately it is undateable because it was discovered in Wawel in demolition layers. So we do not know about the chronology of the analogical item here. And this is something very peculiar for us and very interesting because almost all the fragments from this beaker were discovered here in a small pit, which probably served as a post hole. And as you can see from the profile, it is not excluded that this post is a bit earlier than the construction of berm. Here you can see the berm, and here you can see on the profile the element from which the pottery shells appear. So, in my opinion, this beaker is very progressive, and it could be set into the 15th century as well. So it corresponds with the chronology of the chronological date. What about the interdisciplinary research? Of course, we are about to close our study very, very soon because we are documenting the last samples. From this moment onward, we know that most of the charred grains belong to millet, rye, oat, wheat, common pea, edible lentils, and barley. And there's also something which I do not have documented here on the picture, but it was a recent discovery by Professor Mosca de Hoyo. We have discovered a large part of garlic, which is something unusual in the medieval layers, at least it was not documented that much. According to our proposal, the function of this part of the building was apparently this is the most probable solution. We have discovered, of course, plenty of animal bones. Most of them, or maybe not most, but half of them were charred, as you can see even from the picture. Birds, cattle, goats, sheep, pig, horse, red deer, hare, of course, are documented here by our archaeologists. But I think that what is the most important here when we discuss about the animal traces are these, the bones of these birds of prey. We have discovered here several bones of a long-winged falcon, Eurasian sparrowhawk, peregrine falcon, common kestrel, and the buzzard. And what is the most interesting is that these species were of female individuals, and we know that females were raised just for hawking, and its development. So it is something very important for us because if we search for some residential level of the usage of this castle, here we can see the elites because it was something like a advertisement, activity for the elites. So it is very, very important. I cannot switch my. And here is another trench. It has a very short story. We have probably discovered here the trench which was formerly explored by Adam Szybowicz in the late 80s of the 20th century. What we have discovered here were only the loose heaps of dirt, but fortunately there were also some wooden elements, masonry elements, and we know that the west wing was continuing here, but what was obvious for us after measuring of these walls, the measurements do not correspond totally with the walls we have discovered in the southern part of the wing, so we know that at least the two faces here maybe can be distinguished in the not as much castle in the western wing. So to conclude, to summarize the paper, we know that the examined part of the west wing was made of sandstone and was probably at least two-story construction, as we can assume from the large thickness of the walls. We know that the chronology of the southern part is most likely limited to the 15th century or maybe to the early 16th century. So it is very possible that it was charred, it was devastated in course of the fire that took place in the 20s of the 16th century. The function of the wing must remain unknown, but this south part probably served as a pantry. But I must say, in a footnote, that we have some interpretation problems with these Koch Falcon birds of prey bones, because they do not correspond totally with pantry. Maybe they will transfer from the upper stories of this building. This is still an open question. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And now please, Łukasz Lewkowicz, heterotypes of the treasure hunters in the Tatra Mountains, location, literature review, and state of research.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for this technical problem. I would like to show you some presentation about treasure hunters, which was one of the first people who discovered Tatra Mountains since the medieval ages, later till the 20th century. This is the aim of my presentation, because I would like to show you location of petroglyphs in the Polish and Slovak Tatra Mountains. I would like to show you also review the literature about the subject in Poland and Slovakia, but with the combination of Polish sources. And I would like to say something about state of research in Poland nowadays about this rare topic. And I would like to focus on the main publication about petroglyphs in Tatra Mountains. The first was article of Konstanty Stecki Senior in the first issue of Journal Wiechy in 1923. After the Second World War, the main publication about this topic was also article in Wiechy, prepared by Krakow speleologist Wojciech W. Wiśniewski, who made 5 or 6 year research in Polish and Slovak Tatras in this time, and he also focused on try to find these petroglyphs in caves, because he was a speleologist generally, but also he tried to find some petroglyphs in Tatra Mountains. Okay, so this is the map. I would like to show you the location of petroglyphs in Tatras, in Polish and Slovak Tatras, based on, for example, this research of Wojciech W. Wiśniewski. So, location of petroglyphs, stone marks, they are situated usually near the caves, inside the caves and near the caves and the rocks. The major of them are situated in Western Tatras, in Polish Western Tatras, in Kościeliska Valley, and also in Chochołowska Valley, Dolina Kodziurze Valley, near Zakopane. But some of them, for example, Wiśniewski found in Tatry Bielskie in Slovakia and Jaworowa Valley among the High Tatras and Tatry Bielskie. So a major of them, I think about 60 location was in Western Tatras. This is a map of Europe in 17th century. In this time, the treasure hunters started this activity in Tatra Mountains. Of course, it was time when Tatra Mountain was divided between Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Kingdom of Hungary. So, at the beginning of the Tatra penetration, of course, like in earlier our public papers in this conference, we have traces of Paleolith people in Kuciava cave, in Nica in Western Tatras, also in Spisz and Liptów region, because it was quite economically very well developed regions in this time. But first settlement near the Tatra Mountains we had also in Spisz and Liptów region in 13th century. Especially Spisz was a very rich region with many towns in this time. Some part of Spisz was part of Poland because it was Starostwo Spiskie, it was administration unit, which was the part of Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania. And in this time, the first people who tried to visit the caves in Tatra Mountains was shepherds and hunters, but also local people, highlanders, who used, for example, bones, for example, cave bear bones in medicine. Who are the treasure hunters? Those very mysterious group. We can say they started to penetrate Tatra caves in the 14th century. it was very heterogeneous and mysterious social group, because based on the literature about this, especially Stanisław Radzikowski, later Jacek Kolbuszewski, it was part of this group was, for example, foreigners and local residents, alchemists, miners, robbers, highlanders, kings, townspeople, peasants, also Catholics and Protestants. So it was many people try, we can define as a treasure hunters, so-called treasure hunters, because still we don't have very specific and very direct information about this group, which I can just base on the literature, but we don't have a current research about this topic, I think. I can say this group, these people was very courageous. They were physically very fit, mentally strong people, because as you know, at this time, Tatra wasn't very easy to travel, yes. At the same time, we can say they were very religious, because they used in petroglyphs or in manuscripts called spiski, many religion things like prayers, like crosses, sign EWS, etc., etc. We can say also they had the basic of mining and geological knowledge. And as you know, in, for example, Kościeliska Valley, we had mine in this time. Some of them were from Bologna, some of them were from Poland, from northern part of Kingdom of Hungary, Slovaks, but also Italian, Czechs and Germans. For example, our king, Stanisław Leszczyński, was focused on alchemistry, was interested in treasures in the mountains, especially in Tatra mountains. We have also interesting inscription in Venice, Montes Karkonosh Facerum Nondomonis, which means the Karkonosh mountains have made us masters. So also not only in Tatra mountains, but other mountain range like Alps, like Karkonosze, Pyrenees, etc. Many treasure hunters travel there to try to find treasures, yes, gold, etc. Most of the treasure hunters' activities were secret, and based on literature, based on Jacek Kolbuszewski, for example, book, we can say they, for example, they had a meeting place in South Market in Wrocław. In this part it was a German Silesia, nowadays is a part of Poland. It was a problem because treasure hunters avoided contacts with, for example, representatives of state or church institution, because it was a problem with heresy. They practiced magic, so it was very dangerous for them. So it was very, they don't have any contacts with states, with church institutions, in this time, especially in the 17th, 18th century. And traces of treasure hunters in the Tatra mountains. We have some traces. It's a problem with many sources to describe this group. But for example, in some libraries we have this kind of manuscripts called spiski, and we can say the spiski are the first pseudo-guides to Tatra mountains or to other mountains. They are usually in Polish language, but sometimes in Polish-Slovak language, German language, Hungarian language, etc. So we have some this. For example, I think also in Wrocław they have one of the main spisek of Michał Kosiński, and it was the most it is still the most interesting and most famous spisek. Michał Krosiński was the author, but we don't know, because it was some compilation of many texts. This spisek was entitled An Interesting Description of the Tatra Mountains. And in this manuscript, the author, we don't know who it was, maybe Krosiński, maybe someone else. It was a very specific description of treasure hunters, trials. In the case of Javorowa Valley, as I said, Javorowa Valley is in High Tatras, in the Slovak part of the Tatras, and to Bieniarskie Tatry, in former Kingdom of Kumpior. Nowadays, of course, it's Slovakia. It was a description of this trial from Europe to Javorowa Valley and Bieniarskie Tatry. Other manuscripts was, as I said, in Polish, Slovak, or German language. But other traces, very interesting from my point of view, was and still are rock mark sites in the Tatra caves, or near the entrances to these caves, or in other karst areas in Tatra mountains. Of course, in some caves, like water cave under Pisana, wodna jaskinia pod Pisaną, or treasure hunter's cave, jaskinia poszukiwaczy skarbów. For example, the Zalinsky brothers found wooden canoes, wooden floors, traces of fires, old coins, etc., etc. This is my photo of Bieniarskie Tatry. It's Mura, it's near the Javorowa Valley, so it was treasure hunters' trial. And this is Lodowy Peak, also in High Tatras in Slovakia part, near the Javorowa Valley. And in this spisek of Krosiński, the destination of this spisek was Lodowy Peak, yes. And in this place, in Javorowa Valley, it's many caves. Yes, it's a very big karst area still. This is a photo of this, one of this manuscript of Krosiński. Yes, it's in Polish language. And for example, this is a praying for opening of cave to find treasures inside. So they pray, this treasure hunters pray to the gods for opening of these caves. So this original praying also in this Krosiński spisek. Literature, yes, and state of knowledge about these petroglyphs. We can say these rock signs in the Tatra were created over at least 500 centuries. The oldest date found and read is considered to be 1531. And it was found by speleologist Stefan Zwoliński in Wyshanki Valley, in Kościeliska Valley. The rock marks have different meanings. You can say this rock marks in Tatra mountains included orientation signs, signposts, border signs, information signs, magic signs, commemorative signs, for example, signatures and initials along with dates commemorating the stay in a given place. The shapes of the rock marks are very different. Most often, these are signatures and initials with dates, rarely crosses. In addition, we can say also we can find circles, rhombuses, triangles, moons, arrows, coats of arms, houses, ladders, alchemical symbols, some religious signs, human figures, animal and flowers, also figures. And this is this example of this petroglyphs from publication of Konstanty Stecki Senior from Wierchy. This is, for example, miner or treasure hunters in Pisana rock. These signs are from Krakow Gorge. So you can say also date. This is from Kaszewski Gate, also in Kościeliska Valley. So we can see names, surnames of these treasure hunters, robbers, shepherds, we don't know, or Sukaj Anaijes. So it's in Highlander language. Try to find and you will find, yes, or something like that. First mention about making a rock mark, we have on the Hungarian part of the Tatra Mountains from the diary of Jakub Buchholz. And in 1708, his well-known brother Georg Buchholz Jr., who was a Spanish German, who was speleologist also, he carved his name on a stone at Łomnicki Pond in High Tatras. From the end of the 18th century, a very popular place with signs was Pisana Rock in the Kościeliska Valley, and still is. Because Pisana means writing rock, yes, you can say. And still, if you go there, it's a very popular tourist place. You can see many signs, many rock signs in this place. But in the Polish literature, the first information about rock marks was found in the work of Stanisław Staszic, a geologist, in his main publication of Ziemiolustwie Karpatów i Ruki Polski. However, this information was indirect, because he didn't find this, but probably he had information from the Spiski manuscripts. Okay. Okay. This is a photo of this from Pisana Rock. This is miner or treasure hunters. As you can say, it's probably from 18th or 19th century, we don't know still. It's near the tourist trail, but you must know where you should watch to see, yes, because it's, if you don't know, it's a problem to see this rock sign. This is, of course, Stanisław Staszic. In 19th century, also Ludwig Zeichner published in his work one of the manuscripts about treasure hunters with description of signs in the Tatra Mountains. At the beginning of the 20th century, it was Stanisław Radzikowski published some small book, Skarby Zaklęte w Tatrach, only in 50 copies, and also he informed about the signs on the Polish side of the Tatra Mountains, but without details. And 2 years later, this guy also published the manuscript Opisanie ciekawego Tatrów Michała Chosińskiego in well-known journal Pamiętnik Towarzystwa Tatrzańskiego. And this is his first publication of Stanisław Radzikowski. So we can say this sign, magical sign of treasure hunters. This is the last page of his publication. You can download this publication from Wikipedia, so you can read this text. It's very interesting, of course, in all Polish language, but it's very interesting because it's not only about, of course, treasure and the spectacle, but also history of Tatra Mountains. Later, in 1910, Hungarian researcher from Spisz, István Györfi, explored some caves in Beliańskie Tatras, and he also found a sign of treasure hunters. I will show you the photo of this signs. It was very interesting because this cave, jaskinia w Nowym Tree, is one of the highest cave with that kind of treasure hunter signs. It's very high, and he published information about this cave, about these signs, with the photo in some Hungarian tourist magazine. And also, this sign was, nowadays we can see this signs from this publication in museum in Castle in Kežmarok. So this is a photo of this signs from Kežmarok Museum in Slovakia nowadays. So you can see, so it's the moon, I don't know, sun, numbers, crosses, etc. Like I said at the beginning, in 1923 was published some information about specific location of signs in the first issue of the magazine. It was about the newly discovered caves in the Krakow Gorge, and the author of the first text was well-known speleologist Tadeusz Zwolinski. But in the same issue also we had an interesting article of botanist Konstanty Stecki senior, Znaki poszukiwaczy skarbów. And he also put some information about Krakow Gorge, Pisana Rock and Kaszewski Gate. We saw this photo at the beginning of our presentation. In the 30s, in many other places, for example in Chochołowska Valley or near the Zimna Cave, was discovered by Zwolinski brothers. And in 1937, in the Wysranki Valley, it's a small valley in Kościeliska Valley, he discovered this oldest sign. So we have a photo, and he published this photo only in 1969. And also this photo is in archive of Tatra's Museum. In 1953, Kazimierz Kowalski published his inventory about Tatra caves, and he also recorded further sites of marks, for example in Piwnica Miętusia Cave, Jurawiec Cave, Krakowska Piwnica, etc., etc. This is a photo of Zwolinski brothers and other. This is Tadeusz Zwolinski, this is Stefan Zwolinski, this is Konstanty Stecki senior. They established first speleological organization in Poland. It was called Rotołazów, Circle of Speleologists. And this is a photo from near the entrance to Pisana Cave. In this place we have also many rock marks. And inside also some wooden traces of treasure hunters. And this is a photo of this oldest sign in Polish Tatras, yes. It was made by Stefan Zwolinski. Nowadays it is in archive of Tatras Museum. So you can see it. And this is an entrance to the treasure hunter's cave, jaskinia poszukiwaczy skarbów in Krakow Gorge. Also with many petroglyphs near the entrance to the cave. It's very hard to go there, so it is interesting about this situation of these signs. And this cave was discovered by Zwolinski brothers at the beginning of 20s. After the World War II, a bit more about rock marks was published in Konstanty Stecki Jr. In article Tajemnicze znaki in the journal Ziemia. And he also mentioned about two new sites of rock marks. Ich Wymyte, it's near the Sarnia Skała, near the Giewont, and also in Turnia Kończysta. And in Wymyte we have interesting places because it's about 40 crosses and other symbols on 3 square meters. So it's many sites in not small space. So probably it was a rallying point for treasure hunters in the 17th century or 18th century. in 59, in some popular guide to Beniańska cave, very well-known speleologist, Slovak speleologist Anton Dropa also mentioned about inscriptions in the Beniańska cave and the marks of treasure hunters on the walls of the Alabaster cave, also in Beniańskie Tatry. In 1961, Stefan Zwoliński published his main publication for Ziemiach Tatrzańskich, and he described the sign discovered by him in Wysranki in 1957. Also, he put this photo of the oldest rock sign, as I said. In 1973, literary school area, Kołuszewski, his book Skarby Króla Gregoriusa, also published some information about new sign sites, Kraków Gorz, Wymyte, but also he described the site in the Slovak High Tatras. For example, in the Falski Valley, in Międzyszowicka Valley. But I think the widest and most in-depth study about rock markers in the Polish but also in Slovak part of the Tatra was carried out by this cavers and historian from Kraków, Wojciech Gabriel Wiśniewski. In 1986, 1991, he collected information about this case and also the spectrographics, and he published the result of his research in 2 articles in the journal Wierchy in 1991. Of course, he focused on Polish Tatra National Park, but as a result of his research, he described 70 locations of rock marks in the Western Tatras, and some of them in the High Tatras and Beniańskie Tatras. But before his research, it was just 35 locations. But in Slovak part, it was just 6 places with these rock marks. For example, in the Mokra Dziura, Sucha Dziura, in the Jaworowa Valley. But in his opinion, the Slovak Tatras are still an unexplored area in this term of rock marks. In the 70s, 90s, amateur research on rock marks was carried out by resident of Zakopanem, regionalist and caveist Jan Jasubienas. Unfortunately, he passed away last year, but he sent me 2 years ago some photos of rock signs from his amateur research. He focused, of course, on Polish Tatra mountains. He made photographs, but also traces of rock marks. But his research has never been published, unfortunately. I have some photos, but I will show you this, but he died, so... This is Jan Jasubiena's photos. It's from Żebrowa, entrance to Żebrowa cave in Kościeliska Valley. This is a photo from Wymyte, near the Sania Skała in the Giewons. So you can see, for example, beautiful sun and some crosses. It's also crosses, it's also Wymyte. This is from Kaszewski Gate in Kościeliska Valley. So you can see the name and surname. This is Wysranki Valley, near the Kościeliska Valley. So you can see some letters, crosses. This is near the Dziura Cave. Dziura Cave is one of the tourist attractions near the Zakopane. It's open for public. Near the entrance to the cave, we have also some treasure hunters signs, maybe tourist signs, we don't know. This is also heritage of Jan Jasubienas. You can see this is from the Wymyte, this is from the Wysranki, from the Kaszewski Gate. So we also publish that kind of of the photo, but this is Janusz Suvieras, near the Dzwonnica cave in Kościeliska Valley. And this is my photo from 2021-2022, but in my opinion it's not treasure hunters, science, but probably tourists. Because some of them are from 19th century, but major of them are from the beginning of 20th century, from Kościeliska Valley. So for example, this is a photo from Kraszewski Gate, near the main tourist trail in Kościeliska Valley. You can see some date, some letters. This is also in Kraszewski Gate, so it's name, surname, someone. This is Pisana Rock. This is also available to tourists, so you can say it. You can saw it. This is Krakow Gorge. So here we have some letters, but here we have a date. 1881. Yes. DD, for example, it's near the tourist trail. And AK, yes, also some letters. Conclusion of my presentation, the treasure hunters were probably among the first to visit the Tatra Mountains and other surrounding mountain ranges in 14th, 15th century. They were a very mysterious group that did not leave too many traces. Till today we have about 60 sites of rock marks discovered, mainly in Western Tatras, but also in the higher Beliarskie Tatras. The oldest one comes from the 16th century, the newest one from the 20th century, of course. In Slovakia and Hungary, mention about rock marks in the 18th century, in Poland at the beginning of 19th century, Stanisław Staszic. The first more detailed information about treasure hunters was published at the beginning of 20th century by Stanisław Reszadzikowski in magazine Wiechy, of course, in the Terror period. After World War II, the main researchers was Wojciech W. Wiśniewski and Bienas as amateur, and currently there is no in-depth research about activities of treasure hunters in the Tatra Mountains and possible other mountain ranges in Central Europe, for example, Niżne Tatry, etc. Many rock marks are being destroyed because they weathered, the rock marks are overgrown with mosses, lichens, and some of the rock marks are destroyed by tourists, but also by speleologists and researchers. So we have this old photo, but probably nowadays some of them are damaged. This is a problem of research about this pattern. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation. The next presentation is Silicious rocks of the Tatra Mountains as a potential source of raw materials for the Stone Age communities in the context of mountain mining by Katarzyna Kerneder-Bubała. In the last presentation, we listened short poster presentation by Marzena Woźny, archaeological research of the cave in Zakopanem in the Tatra Mountains in the first half of the 20th century.
afternoon. So we are staying in the Tatra Mountains. Halo, Marzena? We will stay in the Tatra Mountains. I plan to show you some very initial results, maybe not results, but just observations about siliceous rocks that occur in the Tatra Mountains, and it will be a short communicate. Siliceous rocks play, as we I think all know, significant role for the Stone Age communities. There are many categories of siliceous rocks: plains, rhodolerites, hornstone. Okay, everything's supposed to be okay. Generally, siliceous rocks occurs. The outcrops are located both in the high mountains as well as in the lower mountain parts, valleys, and neighboring areas belonging to the edge of the mountains, as well as in the secondary deposits in many other regions. Some of them were distributed during the Stone Age and Bronze Age for even a few hundred kilometers away from the deposits. Networks can be found in primary deposits in the form of thin-bearing layers, both in the exposed rocks, walls, and under the youngest, most often quaternary sediments. As you may see, they were taken by human in many ways. Underground mining methods which are directly from the rock mountain. So now a few words about the Tatra Mountains. That is also, I think, obvious, but let me remind that Tatra Mountains are the highest mountain range in the inner central Carpathians. They continue in the southern Poland, northern Slovakia. The highest peak is Garachowski, Slovakia, which reaches 2,655 meters above sea level. The Tatra Mountains are divided into three main parts. They are the High Tatras, Wysokie, where landscape is dominated by alpine relief, soaring crags and rocky peaks, with a clear influence of mountain glaciers. Also the middle western Tatras, that is Zakopanem, and the Beliańskie Tatras, which are entirely located in Slovakia. Sedimentary rocks that are of our interest are found at the northern slopes of the High and Western Tatra and in the Beliańskie Tatra also. In the archaeological region. The siliceous, geological, the siliceous rocks of the Tatra Mountains, especially rhyolite, are perceived as hard to access and of very pure quality, technically fractured specimens, but there was no such particular studies, archaeological, petroarchaeological studies on this material. Both the area of Tatra Mountains and Początek Basin, especially the foothills of the Tatra region, due to difficulties associated with work in the high mountains, here was not very much archaeological works. And there was not much regular archaeological research since the beginning of the 20th century. But here are here in the Tatra Mountains there is several outgroups with good quality siliceous rocks. The main groups consist of rhyolites. They are of middle and upper Jurassic age. They occur mainly among the sediments of the so-called Krishna. Most of the original outgroups are thin layers embedded in rock walls, ranging from a few centimeters to several tens of meters. They occur within the same formation, well-known independent belt, the Zakopanem and Czerwca radiolite formations, which some geologists consider to be one of the unique Zakopanem formations, but I will not add more details in this discussion. In Tatra valleys, in the western Tatras, Kościeliska, Chochołowska, Długa, Miętusia, Lejowa, and in the Wielka valleys and many locations in the Beliańskie Tatras, there are several points with exposed sediments of rhyolites. They often correspond with lower and middle Jurassic layers containing spiculites, hornstones, or silicified limestone. Yes. Here we have Tatra Mountains map, the pink one. This is the Krishna map, and the yellow one we'll say about it later. This is the Koch map. Here are the layers of siliceous rocks redrew from the geological map uncovered by the geological map. So these are Jurassic layers, and the pink is rhyolite. Here is the Chochołowska Valley, and one of the most important here is the Długa Valley. We have here also the Lejowa Valley and Kościeliska Valley. On the other side, we have a part of High Tatra Mountains and the region of Filipka and Zlota valleys. So, the maps will be present. Siliceous rocks of the maybe a few words about siliceous rocks that were distinguished for Tatra Mountains by geologists, of course. Rhyolites, the Tatra Mountains, as I said, they are middle and upper Jurassic age, mostly. In the lower part, they are mottled green and gray. And these are the rhyolites of the Zakopanem formation. In the upper part, mostly the fluted and red rhyolites of the Czerwca formation. So they are from below follow the, maybe I will not more details, geological pictures. Regulations of spots in the Western Tatras and in the High Tatras of the Krishna that I thought. To simplify, it can be indicated that in the Western Tatras they occur in the really easy accessible valleys that I distinguished on the slide before. Other siliceous rocks, those are spicolite formed stones and silicified limestone. They are distinguished by geologists, and they are present. They very often occur together with radiolarites, but as I saw and as it is written in the geological literature, they are not of good quality, and they are characterized by a significant degree of withering causing cracking. So in this very initial field reconnaissance, the aim was to document the outgrowths of siliceous rocks, primary of radiolite, to assess the stability of the outgrowth area both in the maybe prehistoric periods, and to collect samples of the raw material from the most important points to try assess its quality and suitability for the production of tools. The Druga Valley that is located in this area. This is part of the Kowalska Valley. In the area of Kociańskie Panie Glade, the valley stretches under the Pośrednie Ridge, that is here on the photography. This is the periodic stream flows through the bottom of the valley. Pośrednie is made of upper Jurassic limestones containing a layer of radiolarites. Here is this photo. It's located in the primary exposed rock walls, are really heavy cracked. Place is crumbled as a result of weathering of the outer layers. However, there are also secondary deposits of radiolarites. These are deposits of the stream undercutting the slopes of the Pośrednie, as well as the primary deposits located in the bottom of its valley, as well as pleistocene and Holocene colluvia and alluvia cones. Access to both primary and secondary radiolaric deposits at this site is really easy. It's easy accessible. It is through the flat valley, and at the mouth of the stream, rocks are distinguished red and green radiolarites and radiolaric limestone of considerable size and good technical qualities, uncracked and unwritten. Samples of green and red radiolarites, as well as transparent, above all opaque variants were collected. At the same location, there are also layers of spiculites and siliceous limestone, but they are not, as I said before, of good quality. The next it's the Leoma Valley. It's a long, approximately 5 kilometers gentle mountain valley, and the middle branch of the Channel Valley. This is the. It is limited by the Kościeliskie kopki, where the layers of primary radiolaric limestone continue towards the Kościeliska Valley. As you may see, this is this. Here we have the same map, and this is the strong Kościeliskie kopki are there. These are easy accessible outgroups of siliceous rocks, mainly green and red radiolarites, also with
rocks shown located in rock walls of Jurassic limestone, very low in the valley of layover stream. In the secondary use regularities across both in the stream valley and in alluvial cone rock deposits. So I think the very important point is the Kościeliska Valley. It stretches from the main range of the Tatra Mountains to the Czerwca, covering the crest for the Tatra Mountains from the south sedimentary peak and mountain series of the Neogen cover. In the lower part of the valley, there remain significant deposits of Jurassic siliceous rocks. The activities of the glacier in the valley were not significant and affected only the upper part of this valley. The alluvial cones of the site valley is covered with landslide or landslide rubble are here present. Residents are exposed in the slopes of Zakopanem primarily and in the belt of secondary sediments, rock rubble that will be also collection place alluvial cones in the vicinity of the Kościeliski stream, and they seem to be of good quality and varied. The red, green, and gray and multi color. It is rich deposits of vegetable occurs in the sentiments of Świętonia and Początek towards the elevation dolina Kościeliska. So Świętonia Valley is a part of Kościeliska Valley, and I think it's a typical river valley with a latitudinal course in the lower part, slightly gentle elevation. The upper part of the valley was shaped by the activity of the mountain glacier. Regular tags were collected from rock rubble and alluvial cones from this place, and all varieties of regularis were also speculated and solidified are found here, according to the geological. We have also Filipka Valley and Złota Valley in the south of High Tatra mountains. The situation is very similar. Also, some regularities are present in the end of the maximum valley, the slopes of the Glacier Shira. So it seems to also be of quite good quality. And some general words for the end. In the Tatra Mountains there are still less archaeological sites in the surrounding area, but recent new archaeological evidence from this region confirmed that human-occupied Tatra Mountains, presentation about Huchiva. For example, all the sites marked here on the map are the accidentally found artifacts. For example, video sites on the slope of the Tatra Mountains, or a core from the Konferencja glade found by Dr. Krzysztof Dunia. This is really Neolithic core. It's impressive, but there is not much more sites. It is very important to speak about Pelinia belt and its outcrops of very good quality regularities. They are located here, very near the Tatra Mountains in the European belt. That is the border between inner and outer Carpathians. There is really a lot of archaeological sites from the Middle Paleolithic, Wazowecki, upper Paleolithic and also late Paleolithic really impressive workshops of radiolarite. And as we may see, the radiolarite occurs in Poland and was distributed during the Stone Age in every period, almost, mostly in the late Paleolithic, but and for further it's the forest distribution. So it was very important. The radionarites occurs, of course, in the Spain and that is located also in Slovakia and other parts of Europe. Sorry. So here some few words just about other high mountain sites. There's many examples of usage: extraction, mining, and processing of silicious rocks during the Stone and Bronze Age. Here are some examples from the Alps occurring and extraction of the lithic raw materials. Here is example of flint mine, also from Spain, and quarrying of the rock crystal from the Swiss Alps, or the prehistoric copper mining and processing also in the Switzerland. I'm sorry. Okay, let's maybe get this slide. Oh, this is. If I can just say some words to the end. So, in the context of this consideration, it might be suggested that the Tatra silicious rocks could also be used, at least at the local scale, which may be brought closer by future research and field research. And it seems that it is worth conducting this future field research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we will listen the short poster presentation by Marzena Woźny, archaeological research of the cave in Kopa, Magura and Tatra Mountains in the first half of the 20th century.
Yes. Yes, yes. Yes. Yes, yes, of course, yes.
I try to take few words about my doctor. Okay. For a long time, okay, so to my longer session in the Zapraszamy. But the first attempt to fight were made at the beginning of the 20th century in the state at Zakopanem. The case was penetrated by amateurs such as Valery Eliasekowski or Martin Zarus. At the beginning of the 20th century, Tatra requested the Academy of Learning Krakow to finance the archaeological exploration of the place. On commission of the Academy accepted this
Przepraszam Marzena, nie mamy Twojego posteru. Czy włączyć, czy udostępnić? Dziękuję.
Anthropological commission of the academics and justice in parts for implementation. As a Muslim archaeology at the Iranian University. When we spent time at the Dr. Museum studying materials gathered by Eliasekowski and Zarus, we considered those to have no archaeological value. The collection of animal bones recovered by Eliasekowski seemed to him of more interest than primarily for paleontology. There was a huge doubt that the case had ever been inhabited by prehistoric people. Nevertheless, he emphasized the need to confirm his conclusion by further excavation. Exploration of the state was continued by R.U. Product, a secondary school teacher and an amateur archaeologist interested in the Paleolithic age. He said he used many animal bones. In 1937, archaeologists conducted further exploration. They found many bones of crayfish and other animals, as well as what we are considered to be strong tools. But most researchers did not share the belief that the case contained human food. The presentation was about the first attempt to find the traces of longer human presence in prehistoric Zakopanem. And I'd like to say that my poster corresponds thematically to the poster prepared by Sylvia Błąka, and Paweł about archaeological collection of the Museum in Zakopanem. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to start the discussion. Are there any questions for the first presentation? To second presentation, Pan Wojenka. Next presentation, Łukasz Lewkowicz. Presentation. Our presentation. Tu Katarzyna Kamil-Dubała. Okay, and Marzena Woźnek. Thank you.
Some comments to Łukasz. So we have present material and petroglyphs only from Tatra. Are you interested in petroglyphs from other?
No. Just Polish and Slovak Tatras.
So I ask because I know some petroglyphs from the Bagagura Massif. Maybe you know this about the Markowe Sztaginy, near the touristic of Markowe Sztaginy to Brona, about 60 meters between this road and so-called academic road. So no,
I saw some articles in Wierch about this science in Bagagura.
I have seen the personally.
That's near the tourist.
This is the tourist at the Markowe-Sztabiny, about 17 messages, 17 meter apart the Markowe-Sztabiny, and between this road and the Akademicka Plec.
Okay, thank you for this presentation. It's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have a short coffee break, 10 minutes, and after we will go to the poster presentation of the site.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we are about to finish our inside session in this very building. In a few minutes we will go to see the poster session and the workshop. But we think that this is a very good opportunity now to sum up the whole conference. It looks like that we have traveled through almost all the northern hemisphere, including some parts of the southern one, because yesterday we went to Peru with camelids. We found all the posters and all the lectures, all the papers very, very interesting. And of course, I think that the editorial board of the ARCHAEOLOGICA Carpatica will await for all the papers just to be published. So we would like to say thank you very much to all the visitors, all the lecturers, all the authors of presentations and all the authors of posters, all the past participants which came online to meet with us. And we say big thank you to all volunteers, to the host, of course, of the conference, and to all of the organizers. Thank you very much, and see you in a minute. There will be one more announcement from the student.
Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our conference was not only streaming online, but is also now online in open access on YouTube on ARCHAEO TV. So you came back to all papers, and you can watch it one more time. There are two files from 2 days. This is all conference from yesterday's more than 8 hours of materials. So you can watch it, and on ARCHAEO TV you can find more than 100 movies about archaeology. Some lectures, some movies from Roysko, for example, and interviews with Polish professors of archaeology. Most of movies is in Polish, but there are some also in English. Thank you.
So we have a short